When Yang Kai tried to snatch the bride, all the dragons were disdainful of him. When Yang Kai transformed into an 80-meter-long half-dragon, all the dragon clan members were amazed. When Yang Kai tore Fu Chi's arms apart, all the dragons were furious, as they couldn't turn a blind eye to it after their fellow clansman was humiliated. However, when this man and woman appeared, the expressions on all the dragon clan members' faces changed drastically, as though they were faced with formidable enemies. It was the same for the fourth elder. With a stern expression, he said through gritted teeth, "Jiu Feng, Li Wuyi." The two masters who had come over to this place through the Void Corridor were none other than Jiu Feng and Li Wuyi from Spirit Beast Island. Putting Jiu Feng aside, Li Wuyi was a master of the Tao of Space who was widely known as the strongest in the star boundary below the Great Emperors. As such, it was no surprise he could bring a few people with him to shuttle the void. Judging from the expressions and attitude of the Dragon Clan members, it seemed that there were grudges between them. All the Dragon Clan members were gnashing their teeth together, as though they were ready to pounce on them and eat their flesh. Yang Kai asked in shock, "Seniors, why are you here?" With a faint smile, Li Wuyi took a look at him. "One should never be ungrateful. Have you forgotten the favor I did you already?" Not understanding what Li Wuyi meant, Yang Kai appeared startled. However, he soon thought of something as his gaze brightened. Surprised, he asked, "Were you the one who left the soul clone behind?" Li Wuyi smiled faintly. "Good. I see." Finally understanding what had happened, Yang Kai cupped his fists. "Many thanks for your guidance, senior." Previously, when Yang Kai and Li Jiao were trying to break into Dragon Island, they were trapped inside the Void Labyrinth, and they couldn't find a way through it. It was only after a month of wandering aimlessly that they came across a degrading soul clone that guided them out of the labyrinth. If it weren't because of that faint soul clone, they would have been trapped inside the labyrinth even now. Yang Kai couldn't figure out who was the one that had left behind that soul clone, but upon hearing what Li Wuyi said, he finally knew that it was the latter's doing. It was no wonder that he found the soul clone's image familiar at that time. Li Wuyi waved his hand and replied, "It was the least I could do. Anyway, I have to thank you as well." "Thank me?" Yang Kai was puzzled. Without explaining anything, Li Wuyi turned to look at Zhu Kong and uttered, "Fourth Elder, it's been more than 10 years since we last met. It's good that you still look so energetic." In response, Zhu Kong snorted. There hadn't been much emotion on his face when Yang Kai tried to snatch the bribe and harmed a Dragon Clan member. However, facing Li Wuyi now, he appeared wary and alert. Without replying to him directly, he simply asked, "Since you two are here, does that mean that person has come as well?" Li Wuyi replied with a light smile. "Why do you think the Great Elder and Second Elder had to go over there together?" Although the Fourth Elder had figured the reason, his expression still dropped when his speculation was proven right. "That person." Yang Kai arched his brow. Although the conversation between Li Wuyi and Zhu Kong sounded simple, a profound message was hidden in it. Then, when he recalled that the Great Elder and the Second Elder left in a hurry earlier, an inconceivable idea suddenly sprang to mind. After that, he shifted his attention to the little girl. Lu Yen quickly used her divine sense to speak directly into Yang Kai's mind. "Martial Beast Great Emperor is here." Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before he turned elated. It was then he understood the reason Zhu Yan and Fu Zhuan didn't even have the time to deal with him. It was because the Martial Beast Great Emperor had arrived on Dragon Island. Faced with a Great Emperor, neither the Great Elder nor the Second Elder were confident of defeating him one-on-one, which was why they had to join forces to deal with him. Puzzled, Yang Kai asked, "Why has Senior Martial Beast come to Dragon Island and even gone to the Dragon Grave?" Lu Yen replied, "I don't know the reason either, but this matter is clearly important to him." Although Lu Yen had been living on Spirit Beast Island for the past 2 years, she spent most of her time trying to integrate with the Phoenix True Fire. After she was reborn, she had been diligently cultivating the Phoenix clan's secret arts and secret techniques, so she wasn't familiar with other matters on Spirit Beast Island. This time, she got wind of the news and followed the other masters to Dragon Island. "Martial Beast Great Emperor." Dragon grave. The incident more than 10 years ago. As these ideas flashed across Yang Kai's mind, he realized that things were getting complicated. Nevertheless, the turn of events had put him in a favorable position now. Initially, there were only 4 of them, so their collective power was still not enough for them to deal with the Dragon Clan. However, with the support of these people from Spirit Beast Island, the balance had been tilted in his favor. Li Wuyi and the others' attitudes suggested that they were the opponents of the Dragon Clan. Since Li Wuyi was the Dragon Clan's enemy, it essentially meant that he was Yang Kai's ally. After her initial outburst when she appeared, Zhou Feng had kept her silence. At that moment, she was darting her beautiful gaze around and scanning the surroundings. When she traded glances with Yang Kai, she even winked at him. Although she appeared calm, she felt somewhat complicated in her heart. She still recalled the first time she came across Yang Kai. At that time, he had just reached Dao Source Realm when she intercepted him on the way to Azure Sun Temple. In her eyes, he was just a junior who had some decent luck, allowing him to cultivate the Dao of space just like Li Wuyi had. Nevertheless, at that point in time, she still could end his life with a wave of her hand. However, only a few years later, she was no longer able to look at him in an aloof manner. His immense figure contained an unimaginable power, so naturally, she had to treat him as an equal now. The speed at which Yang Kai had grown was incredible. It was the first time Zhou Feng saw the qualities of a great emperor in a first-order emperor realm master. Fourth Elder, you probably shouldn't worry about it. Both of us have no right to interfere in the matter over there, so why don't we take this opportunity and continue the unfinished battle more than 10 years ago? What do you think? Unlike the Fourth Elder, whose expression was solemn, Li Wuyi kept a smile on his face as he appeared calm and collected. Certainly, Zhu Kong understood that as well. Since he wasn't a 10th-order dragon, his power was significantly weaker than that of a great emperor. Although he was also an elder of Dragon Island, his power paled when compared to that of the Great Elder and the Second Elder. Indeed, he was of no help in the battle over there, which was the same case for Li Wuyi and Zhou Feng. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come here, as it would be better to help settle the decisive battle instead. It was because Li Wuyi and Zhou Feng understood their limitations that they decided not to stay there for too long. As they spoke, a deafening rumble could be heard from the dragon grave again. Like arrows leaving the bows, the violent force spread across the entire horizon as the sea began to churn and the ground began to shake. The battle over there had begun. Yang Kai looked in that direction in excitement as he was eager to go over there. That was a real battle between great emperor-level powerhouses. Something totally different from the battle between Duan Hongchun and Wu Kuang that he had witnessed in the Shattered Star Sea in the past. Although Duan Hongchun and Wu Kuang were both great emperors in name, their powers had been significantly reduced at the time, so the battle was certainly not as stunning as the one on this day. If he could just observe this battle and study its mysteries, it would be equivalent to years of secluded cultivation. At that instant, Yang Kai wished that he could install a pair of wings and fly over to have a look. Although it would be dangerous, he wouldn't want to miss such a battle. Sir is indeed very impatient. Li Wuyi took a look in that direction and shook his head. Then he turned his head and said, Fourth Elder, if you think we should just take a seat and have a chat, I'm fine with that. I happen to have some bottles of wine with me, so you can have a taste. Zhu Kong stared fixedly at him. Have you always been so verbose? Zhou Feng pressed her lips together and spoke up. I told you to speak less and act more, but you just don't listen to me. Don't you remember the setbacks you suffered in the past? You're like a leopard that never changes its spots. Feeling embarrassed, Li Wuyi rubbed his nose and muttered. It'd be best if we don't have to resort to fighting. The Fourth Elder isn't a pushover. Zhu Kong snorted. Let's see if you have the capability to defeat me. After trading glances, both of them made a move at the same time without any warning. Li Wuyi directly pressed his palm towards Zhu Kong as he pushed his space principles, upon which the void engulfed the Fourth Elder. With a stern expression, the Fourth Elder remained on the spot as a large dragon's illusory phantom emerged from his body and launched itself at the approaching void wave with a roar. There seemed to be a transparent layer or barrier within the void which blocked the giant dragon phantom. However, Li Wuyi was also forced to hold out his palm as the space principles around him became turbulent. Both of them appeared extremely solemn. While most of the spectators couldn't grasp what was going on, a glint flashed across Yang Kai's eyes as he observed Li Wuyi's use of space principles and compared it to his own. At that moment, he was learning a lot from Li Wuyi. Ancient and abstruse syllables were heard as Zhu Kong began forming a set of hand seals in a hurried manner while he ignored Li Wuyi's attack. The speed at which the syllables were wafting from his mouth increased as they formed into a line. The blessing technique. Yang Kai frowned as he realized what secret technique the fourth elder was using. Without any hesitation, Yang Kai also began chanting in dragon language and forming hand seals. Zhu Kong stared fixedly at him as a sense of surprise flashed across his eyes. Earlier, he had learned that Yang Kai was able to use the Dragon Clan's secret techniques. And since that was the case, it meant that Yang Kai had obtained the ancestral dragon source's recognition and its inheritance. However, Zhu Kong had never expected that Yang Kai could even communicate with the Dragon Temple. There were two restricted areas on Dragon Island. One of them was the Dragon Grave, and the other was the Dragon Temple. The Dragon Grave was where the Dragon Clan members were buried, while the Dragon Temple was where their ancestors' spirits resided. These two places were the foundation on which the Dragon Clan was built, so they were absolutely indispensable. In order to communicate with the Dragon Temple, it required more than just a bloodline that was strong and pure. It also required years of prayers and an important ceremony. On Dragon Island, only the elders could communicate with the Dragon Temple. The biggest advantage one could get from communicating with the Dragon Temple was the ability to employ the Dragon Clan's secret technique quickly without the need for complicated procedures. Besides that, the Dragon Temple could also provide a kind of blessing that could help the Dragon Clan members resist bloodline suppression. Zhu Lai had told Yang Kai before that the blessing from the Dragon Temple could significantly offset the effect of bloodline suppression. Hence, on Dragon Island, if the Dragon Clan members were well prepared, the suppression of Yang Kai's golden divine dragon source on them would be reduced significantly. There were two main reasons why Fu Qi was subdued by Zhu Qing so easily. Firstly, he was not on guard, as he had never expected that Zhu Qing had recovered her strength, and that she would make a move on him. Secondly, Fu Qi did not have the Dragon Temple's blessing prior to that. However, at this moment, the secret technique the fourth elder was using was none other than the blessing technique. He understood full well that the Dragon Clan's biggest advantage in this situation was their numerical superiority, but their downside was their bloodline. Yang Kai alone was capable of suppressing all the Dragon Clan members' bloodlines at the same time, rendering all of them unable to utilize their full power. If they allowed Yang Kai to use his dragon pressure, all of the Dragon Clan members here would be no match for him. Therefore, before the battle even began, the fourth elder had to solve the problem of bloodline suppression, and the blessing technique was his only way. As they uttered dragon language at the same time, dragon roars could be heard from the hidden Dragon Temple in the distance. Following that, a dozen beams of lights shot up into the sky as though countless dragons were emerging as they zigzagged across the skyline and arrived above the Spirit Island in the blink of an eye. After that, they plunged towards the island. The Dragon Clan members were elated upon seeing that, so they stepped forward to welcome the lights. Chi, 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 chi. One by one, those lights from the Dragon Temple entered the bodies of those Dragon Clan members. Although the lights couldn't help them increase their power, they had given them a boost of confidence. At that moment, the Dragon Clan members felt as though they had been reborn, and they were no longer wary of Yang Kai. "Come!" Yang Kai growled, upon which a beam of light changed its direction and circumvented a Dragon Clan member, who was flying towards the light. After that, it landed beside Yang Kai and rushed into Li Jiao's body. Li Jiao shuddered as he still couldn't grasp what was going on. However, after the beam of light entered his chest, he could feel his body going through a series of changes. The most conspicuous change was that the dragon pressure from the Dragon Clan members around him seemed to have less impact on him. Hence, his bloodline, which had been suppressed, was set free. His Emperor Qi also started flowing within his body without facing any obstacles. "What is this?" Li Jiao appeared lost as he spread his palms and had a look. He still couldn't believe what just happened. It's the Dragon Temple's blessing, Yang Kai replied nonchalantly and shook his head, apparently displeased. His original intention was to intercept all the blessings from the Dragon Temple. If he could achieve that, he wouldn't even need to move a muscle to win this battle. His golden divine dragon source alone was enough to suppress all the dragon clan members, and he wouldn't even need to utilize half of his power to defeat them. However, he had underestimated Zhu Kong as he lost to the latter when grabbing the blessings. In the end, Zhu Kong was the dragon clan's fourth elder, so he was naturally more skillful at communicating with the Dragon Temple. A glint flashed across Li Jiao's eyes after he heard Yang Kai's reply. Since he was facing off against the Dragon Clan, he had been subjected to bloodline suppression. The reason he could step out of the crowd and side with Yang Kai in a steadfast manner earlier was that he wanted to do something for Lu Sanyang. If he wanted to get her revenge for her, he needed Yang Kai's help. Nevertheless, he didn't think that he would be able to contribute much to this battle. After all, he only had a third-order mid-rank dragon vein, so he wouldn't stand a chance of defeating the pureblood dragon clan members. However, now, the bloodline suppression had been significantly offset. It was as though their bloodlines had returned to the same starting point, and they were not able to suppress one another. With a grim expression, Li Jiao looked in the direction Fu Qi had left as his eyes beamed with a ferocious glare. In a lowered voice he uttered, "Brother Yang, thanks for your help. I want to..." "Go ahead." Yang Kai knew what Li Jiao wanted to do, so he agreed to it before the latter could finish his words. "I'll be right back." After Li Jiao finished speaking, he retreated and disappeared from the puzzled crowd's sight. While Yang Kai and Li Jiao were having a brief chat, the space around the fourth elder started contorting, as though it would collapse at any moment. After resisting for a bit, he still couldn't break this space divine ability, so he heaved a sigh and growled, "Since you want to fight, I'll grant your wish." Li Wuyi snorted, "Come, fourth elder." As he spoke, his hand, which had been stuck in mid-air, plunged suddenly. Without a warning, the fourth elder disappeared, as though he hadn't been there from the beginning. At the same time, Li Wuyi vanished into thin air as well, while the surface of the space where he stood rippled. Yang Kai arched his brow as he realized that this was a move utilizing space principles. It seemed that Li Wuyi had dragged the fourth elder into an unknown space. Li Wuyi lived up to his name as the strongest master beneath the great emperors. Although Yang Kai had never battled against the fourth elder before, he had guessed that the latter must be much stronger than ordinary third-order emperor realm masters. But despite that, the fourth elder still couldn't break Li Wuyi's divine ability. Apparently, Li Wuyi wanted a one-on-one fight with the fourth elder, which Yang Kai was glad to see. With the formidable fourth elder out of the way, he wasn't afraid of the other dragon clan members left in this place. Furthermore, he wasn't alone. "I suffered some setbacks when dealing with you bastards last time, so I'm going to get my revenge today." Zhou Feng swept a glance across the dragons with a sneer. Hearing that, all the dragon clan members were enraged. The dragon clan was the leader of all divine spirits as well as the strongest race in this world, so no one had dared to call them bastards before. Even Zhu Lai frowned after he heard that. By cursing at the dragon clan, Zhou Feng was basically scolding Zhu Qing and him as well. Nevertheless, he and Zhu Qing had confronted Zhou Feng and Li Wuyi in that incident more than 10 years ago, so they knew how unrestrained this woman was. With dark expressions, all the dragons remained silent, but their gazes had indicated their emotions. Yang Kai swept a glance over all the dragons and said, "Let Qing'er and me leave, and I won't make things difficult for you." He didn't want to completely fall out with the dragon clan, so it would be wonderful if they could just set their differences aside first and let Zhu Qing and him go. "Brat, that's not what a friend should do." Zhou Feng shot him a glare as she didn't expect that he would make such a suggestion at this point. If Yang Kai left, she would have to face the dragon clan alone. Although she was fairly powerful, she wouldn't be able to defeat the more than 10 dragon clan members before her eyes. "Senior, you can leave with us." Yang Kai looked down at her. Zhou Feng replied, "I've come here all the way from Spirit Beast Island because there's a mission I have to complete. If I leave, how will the others cope with it?" Yang Kai uttered, "The great emperor is practically almighty. so you don't have to worry about him. As for Senior Li, he's even more proficient in the Tao of space than I am. If he wants to escape, no one on Dragon Island can stop him." Zhou Feng burst into laughter. "You're right. However, these guys over there don't seem willing to let you go." Yang Kai turned his head and realized that all the Dragon Clan members remained silent with stern expressions on their faces. Seeing that, he knew that it was impossible to settle the issue peacefully on this day. Thus, he nodded slightly. "In every battle, there are bound to be injuries and even deaths. When that happens, don't you dare complain." After he finished his words, his 80-meter-tall figure vanished into thin air suddenly. Upon the circulation of space principles, Yang Kai pounced on a group of dragons. With a ruthless expression, he extended his gargantuan palm and clawed at one of the Dragon Clan members in a reckless and arrogant manner. Despite the sudden attack, the dragons didn't seem flustered as they had put up their guard. Seeing him, they immediately dispersed in all directions. However, the Dragon Clan member targeted by Yang Kai suddenly felt that the space around him had turned sticky, like he was wading through mud. Seeing that, he was startled. It was because of this short delay that Yang Kai managed to grab him with his claw. It wasn't certain whether this Dragon Clan member was from the Zhu clan or the Fu clan, but judging from the level of purity of his dragon aura, Yang Kai knew that he must be an 8th order. 8th order dragons were pretty rare on Dragon Island. There were only about a couple dozen Dragon Clan members in total, 5 of which were 8th order. Excluding Zhu Lai and Fu Qi, only 3 of them were in the 8th order, and the dragon in Yang Kai's hand was one of them. Having been captured by Yang Kai, the Dragon Clan member was flabbergasted. He was still reeling from the shock that Yang Kai was able to tear Fu Qi's arms apart with ease. Being in Yang Kai's hands now, he knew that he would end up in an even more miserable state than what had befallen Fu Qi right then. A thunderous dragon roar broke through the sky. The Dragon Clan member transformed into a 200-meter-long dragon as his immense dragon pressure spread across the island, giving intense pressure to the others. By turning into his true form, he was able to utilize his full power. No matter how powerful Yang Kai was, he couldn't possibly pinch him to death with one hand. After all, the great dragon's size was truly immense. As expected, after the Dragon Clan member transformed into his true dragon form, Yang Kai claw was spread apart and he was no longer able to sustain his grip. The Dragon Clan member then squirmed and struggled out of Yang Kai's grasp. Nevertheless, Yang Kai growled and extended both hands before he grabbed his opponent's dragon tail. The muscles on his arms swelled up, as though his arms had become twice their original size. With the dragon tail in his hands, Yang Kai exerted more force and pulled the dragon back down. Under the gaze of all the dumbfounded people, the great dragon, which was about to fly towards the sky, was stopped and then thrown down on the ground like a dead snake. With a loud thud, the ground in front of the palace separated and formed a spiderweb-like crack. At the same time, a distressed dragon roar was heard. After transforming into an 80-meter-tall half-dragon, Yang Kai had become immensely strong, so even a great dragon couldn't stand it when he was smashed to the ground. As the unlucky great dragon roared, he sprayed out his dragon blood, apparently having suffered some internal injuries. Yang Kai stepped on the great dragon and scanned his dragon scales with widened eyes. In just a short moment, he had located his target. It was a dragon scale that was as large as a wash basin, which didn't look different from the other dragon scales. However, upon closer inspection, Yang Kai could see that a glint flashed across that particular dragon scale intermittently. It was the blessing technique from the Dragon Temple. Based on his previous experience of dealing with Zhu Lai, Yang Kai knew that only a particular dragon scale would be blessed with the blessing technique. By just removing that dragon scale, the blessing from the Dragon Temple would lose its effect. Yang Kai stuck his claw under that special dragon scale as the veins on his forehead bulged. Utilizing all his energy, he yanked the scale out. Feeling excruciating pain, the great dragon growled and turned his head before spraying out his dragon breath at Yang Kai. The breath was extremely cold, as though it was about to freeze Yang Kai over. In an instant, Yang Kai's towering figure was covered in frost, and his hair also became snowy white, but he remained unperturbed. Chi. Dragon blood started spurting out of the wound as a dazzling dragon scale had been pulled out by Yang Kai. Without the Dragon Temple's blessing, the 8th Order Great Dragon became listless as Yang Kai's bloodline suppression had made him unable to use his strength. In the blink of an eye, his 200-meter-long figure had shrunk by tens of meters, as though he would be unable to sustain his dragon form for much longer. After stepping off from the Great Dragon, Yang Kai landed a kick on him, upon which the latter shot into the air and then plunged into the sea with a splash. Then Yang Kai shook his body a little to shake off the ice. With the bloody dragon scale in his hand, he swept a glance across the other Dragon Clan members and spoke in a cold voice that would send chills down their spines. He was the first. Who's next? Just like that, an 8th Order Great Dragon had been crippled. However, it wasn't accurate to claim that he had been crippled, as Yang Kai had only plucked out one of his dragon scales. Strictly speaking, this kind of injury was practically nothing. Under a different circumstance, an 8th Order dragon would be totally unaffected and still fully combat capable. Nevertheless, without the Dragon Temple's blessing, and under the influence of Yang Kai's dragon pressure, he couldn't even sustain his great dragon form, let alone battle against Yang Kai. Although he was fine, he had lost the ability to keep fighting. All the Dragon Clan members widened their eyes in disbelief as they were stunned at Yang Kai's incredible agility and ruthlessness. While Yang Kai was making a move on the 8th Order Great Dragon, the hundreds of humans and Fuchi's women finally came to their senses as they shrieked and ran for their lives. An epic battle was about to take place, so they wouldn't dare to remain. In the blink of an eye, there were no longer any bystanders in front of the palace. All those that were left had something to do with the matters on this day. At that moment, Yang Kai had Zhu Qing, Zhu Lai, Zhou Feng, and Lu Yan on his side. They were all the power he had. On the other hand, there were still about a dozen from the Dragon Clan side, so there was a stark difference in numbers. However, Yang Kai was able to carry himself in an overbearing manner, which made him stand out among so many people. The Dragon Clan members had been pressed by his presence to the point where they could hardly breathe. Ha 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 ha! Zhou Feng guffawed. Brat, you've done a great job. These arrogant guys are indeed in need of a lesson. Due to the incident more than 10 years ago, Spirit Beast Island and Dragon Island had found themselves on opposing sides. Naturally, Zhou Feng was gleeful to see that the Dragon Clan had suffered a big setback and as such found Yang Kai more pleasing to the eye now. No wonder the young lady cannot forget about him. He's indeed not a weakling. At the same time, she was glad that she didn't bring the young lady with her. If that little girl saw how audacious Yang Kai was just now, she would certainly fall head over heels for him. She has just come of age, so she's very likely to be enchanted by a man's heroic act at this stage in her life. Yang Kai swept a glance over them and demanded, "I'll ask this question one last time. Will you let Qing'er and me go?" All the Dragon Clan members were silent as they glowered at him. "Fine then. Come at me." Yang Kai growled and let out a scorching breath as he stomped his feet on the ground with a loud thud. In an instant, the entire Spirit Island shook a little. Like a cannonball, his massive figure leapt into the air and pounced on the Dragon Clan members, which signaled the true start of the battle. With a precedent prior to this, the Dragon Clan members knew what Yang Kai was planning on doing. Therefore, they hurriedly roared and assumed their true forms. At that instant, dragons of various colors, red, white, green, and blue, flew towards the sky. The smallest dragon had a 100-meter-long frame, while the largest was 200 meters long. These great dragons hovered in the sky as their dragon pressure radiated out, seemingly causing the heavens and earth to shake. Before Yang Kai could even reach them, the dozen great dragons opened their mouths and shot out their pure-blood dragon breaths from above. At that moment, scorching dragon fire, freezing dragon breath, emerald green dragon poison, jets of dragon water, and blades of dragon wind were all directed at Yang Kai in a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering display. Yang Kai roared and began chanting in the abstruse dragon language. As he parted his lips, a beam of golden light hovered above his head and transformed into a shield. All the attacks landed on the golden shield with loud thuds and, within moments, The dragon breath attacks hit Xianxia as the shield shattered. Xianxia fell from the sky just as fast as he had soared into the air, his towering figure landing on the island and opening a huge pit on the ground, sending dirt and sand hurtling into the air. There were many wounds on areas of his skin that were not covered in dragon scales. Upon seeing that, the dragons were elated, but just when they were about to seize the chance and continue attacking Xianxia, they were shocked to see that he was climbing out of the pit with difficulty. His horrifying eyes now beamed with a red glare. He looked like an enraged beast that was about to gobble up all his opponents. After taking a look at the sky, Xianxia moved his body and disappeared from everyone's sight. Alarmed, the dragons appeared flustered. Just then, a figure flashed across their eyes as Xianxia appeared somewhere near them. He extended his hand in an attempt to capture a 100-meter-long dragon. The great dragon was prepared, however, and immediately flew away upon sensing Xianxia's appearance. The other dragon clan members also dispersed in a cautious manner. "Solidify!" Xianxia yelled and pushed his space principles wildly, which then transformed into an invisible cage and engulfed the 100-meter-long dragon in it. The space around him had turned viscous and now had considerable binding power. For a moment, the great dragon was unable to free himself. Recalling Xianxia's ruthless acts just now, he roared in fright and turned his head to bite Xianxia. With his mouth open, it could be seen that his teeth were as sharp as blades, which was horrifying. Without stopping, Xianxia balled up his fist and landed it on the great dragon's head. The fist was so forceful that the great dragon's head was jerked to the side, and a large patch of the scales on his head were peeled off. At that moment, he was clearly dazed and disoriented. Seizing the chance, Xianxia immediately grabbed his dragon tail. Before Xianxia could use the same trick as before, though, another great dragon pounced on him and went round his legs with his huge figure. It was as though a python was strangling its target. In just a short moment, he managed to confine Xianxia to the same spot and bind his body. Seeing that, the other dragon clan members rushed over to rescue the dazed dragon. Xianxia had crippled one of their clansmen on this day, but they could dismiss that as him being caught off guard. However, if the same thing happened again, the dragon clan's reputation would be ruined. The dragon clan members had gone all out to deal with Xianxia, so they mustn't let a human strut around before their eyes. Meanwhile, Zhu Qing and the others finally rushed over. However, the dragon clan members seemed prepared for them. Someone gave an order in secret, upon which the dozen dragons separated and launched themselves at Zhu Qing and the others to stop them. "Big Sister Qing, please don't make it difficult for me. I don't want to go against you, but I have no choice." A purple dragon stood in front of Zhu Qing and parted her lips. It seemed that she had been put in a tight spot. This purple dragon was none other than Fu Ling. She was just a 6th-order dragon, so she felt diffident when dealing with a 9th-order dragon like Zhu Qing. If it weren't because of the Dragon Temple's blessing, it would be impossible for her to be bold enough to block Zhu Qing's way, as the bloodline suppression alone was enough to render her powerless. Beside Fu Ling was a blue dragon that was slightly longer. Upon hearing that, she went along with Fu Ling and uttered, "Big Sister Qing, please stop this." This blue dragon was the dragon girl who held a flower basket and cast a flower rain alongside Fu Ling earlier. Her bloodline was 1 rank higher than that of Fu Ling, making her a 7th order. However, with the Dragon Temple's blessing, she could join forces with Fu Ling and battle against Zhu Qing for quite some time. They might even gain the upper hand. With a stern expression, Zhu Qing demanded, "Get lost." The 7th order blue dragon shook her head. "I'm afraid I can't agree to that." Without uttering one more word, Zhu Qing roared and transformed into a 300-meter-long red dragon. There seemed to be fire burning on her body, and her size was more than 2 times larger than Fu Ling. Seeing that, Fu Ling and the blue dragon couldn't help gulping. Although the blue dragon had heard that Zhu Qing had broken through to become a 9th-order dragon, she thought it was just hearsay. It wasn't until now that she realized the rumors were indeed right. Before Zhu Qing, there were only 2 9th-order great dragons on Dragon Island, who were the 3rd Elder and the 4th Elder. The 3rd Elder had been imprisoned in the dragon grave more than 10 years ago, and no one knew whether she was still alive or not. On the other hand, the fourth elder was an amiable person, so the other dragon clan members didn't feel much pressure when facing him. It was then they came to the realization that there was a huge difference between a ninth-order great dragon and themselves. Even with the Dragon Temple's blessing, they still felt terrified when confronted by Zhu Qing's true form. Then, Zhu Qing's dragon form turned into a beam of red light and launched herself at Fu Ling and the blue dragon, the heat from her body warping space wherever she flew. Fu Ling and the blue dragon immediately tried to intercept her. Zhu Qing had been blocked and Zhu Lai wasn't spared the same treatment. He had turned into his dragon form as he was now fighting with an 8th-order great dragon. As they attacked each other with claws, teeth, tail, and using Dragon Clan's secret techniques, it was as though there were unresolvable grudges between them. In the blink of an eye, they shot into the sky and continued the intense fight. On the other hand, Jiufeng managed to hold her ground while dealing with 2 dragons on her own. Her movement was swift as she darted around the place, causing the 2 dragons to be infuriated. That was a terrible feeling despite the fact that they were strong. Jiufeng just wouldn't fight with them head-on, as though she was trying to mess around with them, which was why they were incensed. "Little girl, go away if you don't want to die." At that moment, Fu Qi was facing Lu Yan alone. His 100-meter-long frame stood in stark contrast with Lu Yan's petite figure. He leaned his head, which was as large as a house, close to Lu Yan and growled. It wasn't that Fu Qi was a sympathetic person, but he had his pride as a Dragon Clan member. It would be shameful for him to deal with a little girl who was about 7 or 8 years old. However, he soon realized that he had made a huge mistake, because this soft-looking and adorable little girl possessed a power that was as great as that of his own. When a loud phoenix cry was heard, 2 beams of fire shot out from Lu Yan's back. The flowing fire had transformed into a pair of wings on her back as it started crackling. At the same time, Lu Yan's petite figure swelled up and transformed, upon which a fire bird that was as large as Fu Qi came into existence. The fire bird appeared elegant, but her eyes were filled with a sense of majesty like a queen's. "You're from the Phoenix clan," Fu Qi yelled as his pupils contracted. Although he had figured that this little girl wasn't as innocent as she appeared, he had never expected that she was a Phoenix clan member. Dragons and phoenixes were often grouped together, and they were equals in terms of power. Among all the divine spirits, it was difficult to tell whether the dragons or the phoenixes were the stronger clan, but in comparison, the Phoenix clan was even rarer than the Dragon clan. At the very least, the Dragon clan had their own Dragon Island and inheritance, while there had not been any news about the Phoenix clan in a long time. Luan Feng of the ancient wild lands of the Eastern Territory couldn't really be considered to be a true Phoenix clan member. She was from a branch of the Phoenix clan. Even Jiufeng, who had come all the way here, couldn't be regarded as a real Phoenix clan member. However, the one before Fu Qi's eyes was a genuine Phoenix clan member. He hurriedly focused his mind as he dared not to be complacent. The heavens and earth seemed to have been shattered. Sun and moon seemed to have lost their luster. Principles had plunged into chaos. World energy had become turbulent. Countless tiers in space appeared. Waves on the sea rose by more than 300 meters. The small world in which Dragon Island was located appeared unstable at the moment. The grand battle on this day was bound to be recorded in the history books. The Dragon Clan members had gone all out to destroy their opponents while Yang Kai and his allies were tackling their enemies separately. Although the pressure had been distributed, Yang Kai still had to confront 7 great dragons alone. He was the primary culprit for all the things that had happened on this day, so naturally the dragons hated and targeted him the most. Of all the battles at the moment, only the battle between Yang Kai and the 7 dragons might end up with a winning side. Zhu Qing was going against 2 people on her own, but she wasn't on the losing side. It was the same case for Jiufeng, but she mainly dealt with her opponents by evading their attacks. Although she couldn't defeat the 2 Dragon Clan members, they were unable to harm her either. Just like Zhu Qing's battle, it was hard to tell which side would end up winning the fight in a short period of time. On the other hand, Zhu Lai was having a one-on-one fight with his opponent. Both of them were 8th-order great dragons, which meant that they were equally powerful, so it was hard to tell who would end up being the winner. Although Fu Qi, who was battling against Lu Yen, did not have as high a ranking bloodline, he had a strong foundation supported by the Dragon clan's extensive heritage. On the other hand, even though Lu Yen had obtained the Phoenix clan's inheritance, she was still far from full maturity. Not long after the battle began, she was put in a disadvantageous position. The dragon roared and the phoenix cried as they scuffled. At that moment, Lu Yen could only try to protect herself. Instead of defeating her opponent, she just hoped that she could help lift some pressure off Yang Kai's shoulder. Worried about Yang Kai's safety, she was constantly distracted, so it was hard for her to parry her opponent's attacks. For the other battles, the balance hadn't been tilted strongly in favor of anyone. However, Yang Kai was clearly on the losing side. After the failed sneak attack, the 7 dragons closed in on Yang Kai again and did not give him any room to maneuver. In a subsequent manner, they used their own Dragon Clan secret techniques to bombard him. Having been injured, Yang Kai appeared utterly battered as his huge figure kept writhing about in midair. In just a few minutes, more than 100 new wounds had appeared on his body. The wounds were so deep that his bones had been revealed. His dragon scales were soaked in blood, which made it look like a layer of golden powder had been painted onto his body. Fortunately, his physical toughness had improved significantly after the transformation. Otherwise, he would have lost his life countless times by now from the mere fallout of this kind of high-intensity battle. It was also thanks to his space divine ability that he could twist space at every critical moment and escape fatal damage. As his golden blood dropped into the sea, countless sea beasts got a whiff of the smell and rushed over to gulp down the bloodied sea water in order to cultivate their own dragonic nature. Dragon blood was extremely precious, and in normal times, it was impossible for the Dragon clan members to bleed. That was why, although these sea beasts had been living around Dragon Island for years, they had never had the chance to have a taste of dragon blood. However, now dragon blood was dropping into the sea as though it wasn't worth anything. So naturally the sea beasts fought with each other to obtain a greater share. In the sky, Yang Kai was battling against the 7 dragons while in the sea, countless sea beasts were slaughtering each other. The entire world seemed to have descended into madness and bloodlust. As the battle went on, they gradually drifted away from Fu Qi's spirit island, so the island had become hardly visible to the combatants. Panting heavily, Yang Kai straightened up his 80-meter-long figure with an arrogant gaze. The 7 dragons surrounded him as they stared fixedly at him. "You must die for humiliating the Dragon clan," one of the dragons growled. "That's right." The other 6 dragons agreed as their dragon roars seemed to contain some traces of a Dragon clan secret technique. Their roars then transformed into an invisible soul attack which launched itself at Yang Kai and penetrated his knowledge sea. After such a long battle, they had become less wary of Yang Kai. Earlier, they were indeed shocked by his ruthlessness when he crippled their fellow clansmen in the blink of an eye. However, now it seemed that Yang Kai wasn't as powerful as he appeared to be. He only managed to succeed before because he mounted a sneak attack. It was a great honor for Yang Kai to have 7 dragons battle against him, so he should not have any regret even if he had to die. Unperturbed, Yang Kai picked his ear and grinned. "It's still too soon to tell who will be killed in the end. Don't get too conceited, otherwise, you might end up having to eat your words." "Bold." One Dragon clan member growled impatiently. "Since you're set on dying today, I'll grant your wish." After he finished his words, deafening dragon roars could be heard as the 7 dragons pounced on Yang Kai from all directions. The whole world was filled with their boiling dragon pressure. Any 3rd-order Emperor Realm Master would be terrified of this dragon pressure and lose the power to resist. Although Yang Kai wasn't so weak, the playful smile on his face faded as his expression turned serious. Even though he wasn't willing to admit it, he indeed couldn't defeat the 7 dragons here on his own. These Dragon clan members were truly hard to deal with. "I need more people to help me." With this thought in mind, Yang Kai tried to evade the dragon's attacks while secretly activating his divine sense. On the other hand, Fu Ling and the Blue Dragon had joined forces to stop Zhu Qing, but there was no clear winner in sight. The three dragons were tussling with each other in the sky, which made the atmosphere quite lively. Suddenly, Fu Ling stopped what she was doing and sent out a divine sense message to the blue dragon. Understanding her intention, the blue dragon twisted her body and rushed towards Zhu Qing. Just then, Fu Ling, who was in her purple dragon form, suddenly flew towards the blue dragon and clawed at her stomach. Chi! The blue dragon shuddered and instinctively avoided getting her vitals injured. However, she soon felt a sharp pain in her stomach. At the same time, she was engulfed in the ninth order dragon's dragon pressure, rendering her unable to circulate the dragon essence within her body. After she grunted with difficulty, her 150-meter-long figure started shrinking at a rapid speed. Bloodline suppression. The blue dragon was both terrified and puzzled, as she didn't understand what was going on. When she turned to look at Fu Ling, an inconceivable idea sprang into her mind, so she growled, "Fu Ling, you?" At this moment, there was a light blue dragon scale gripped in Fu Ling's dragon claw, and that scale obviously belonged to the blue dragon. It wouldn't matter if it was just an ordinary scale, but that particular scale was where the Dragon Temple's blessing had been placed. With the scale pulled out, the blessing technique had lost its effect, which was why she was affected by bloodline suppression immediately. She still couldn't understand why Fu Ling would attack her all of a sudden. If it weren't because she was unsuspecting of her, she wouldn't have let her have a chance to hurt her critically and destroy the blessing technique. Apparently, Zhu Qing didn't expect this either. While Fu Ling was mounting a sneak attack on the blue dragon, she approached Fu Ling and wrapped her body around the latter's figure tightly. Then, she placed her pointed dragon claw on Fu Ling's head, causing her red dragon blood to stream out of her wounds. "Big Sister Qing, wait!" Fu Ling yelled in fright. Her dragon form was less than half as big as that of Zhu Qing's. It didn't feel so obvious when she was battling against Zhu Qing alongside the blue dragon, but now that she had to face Zhu Qing directly, she started feeling horrified. It seemed that Zhu Qing could end her life at any moment. It felt terrible to have her life or death controlled by someone else, but there was nothing she could do. Zhu Qing grunted curiously and stopped what she was doing. After taking a look at the blue dragon, she shifted her attention to Fu Ling and asked, "Why did you do that?" She didn't understand why Fu Ling would mount a sneak attack on the blue dragon, as she and Fu Ling were not on good terms. "I'm brother-in-law's person," Fu Ling hurriedly explained. "Brother-in-law? Yang Kai, big brother Yang. What?" A murderous intent flashed across Zhu Qing's eyes suddenly. Fu Ling was astounded, but upon realizing the problem, she hurriedly added, "Brother-in-law planted a soul imprint in my knowledge sea previously, so I have to obey him now." She understood why Zhu Qing seemed to have the intention of killing her, as she had said she was Yang Kai's person, which obviously led Zhu Qing to misunderstand that there was some kind of immoral relationship between the two. "He planted a soul imprint in your knowledge sea?" Zhu Qing yelled in disbelief, immediately understanding why Fu Ling would help her all of a sudden. Fu Ling hurriedly nodded. "Yes, he ordered me to make a move just now." "Got it." Zhu Qing retracted her claw and took a look at the blue dragon. At this moment, the blue dragon had returned to her human form. Under a ninth order dragon suppression, it was pointless for her to sustain her dragon form, so she decided that she should just save her strength. There was a long wound on her stomach as her blood was still streaming out of it. She covered her wound with her hand and glared at Fu Ling. Anyone would be furious after experiencing such a sneak attack. However, upon hearing Fu Ling's explanation, she understood that Fu Ling was left with no choice. Nevertheless, it was a humiliation for a dragon clan member to have a soul imprint planted in their knowledge sea by a human, so she couldn't help disdainfully gazing at Fu Ling. "Big Sister Qing, brother-in-law needs help." Fu Ling looked apprehensively at Zhu Qing. "Don't call him brother-in-law. Also, Zhu Lai will never marry you." Upon finishing her words, Zhu Qing swung her dragon tail and flew towards Yang Kai. She knew that Fu Ling was a promiscuous woman, so she didn't want Zhu Lai to get married to her. "I'm sorry." Fu Ling looked at the blue dragon with an embarrassed expression and apologized to her. "Keep the apology to yourself until you face the second elder." Let's see if she'll forgive you, the blue dragon sneered. A sense of fear flashed across Fu Ling's eyes, but there was nothing else she could say, so she hurriedly raced after Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing was worried about Yang Kai's safety, so she was flying at full speed. As her gigantic figure soared across the sky, she left behind a beautiful arc that seemed to blaze with crimson flames, even burning some marks into the space she passed through. Although Fu Ling was only one step later than Zhu Qing, she could hardly keep pace with her, so she was slightly frustrated. Yang Kai didn't just order her to go over to help. Most importantly, they had to destroy the other Dragon Clan members one by one, which was the key to winning the battle today. Their biggest disadvantage was the small number of people on their side. However, if they could help Zhu Lai, Zhou Feng, and Lu Yen defeat their opponents first, there would be 6 of them by then. Although they would still be at a disadvantage when confronted by 7 dragons, their collective power would become much greater. Unfortunately, before she could explain Yang Kai's plan to Zhu Qing in detail, the latter had flown off. That was why Fu Ling was anxious, as she was worried that Yang Kai might reprimand her later. Yang Kai's battlefield wasn't far away from Zhu Qing's, so it only took them a short moment to reach it. When Zhu Qing saw the state Yang Kai was in, her eyes turned bloodshot. At that moment, the 7 great dragons were ganging up on Yang Kai like thugs. Every inch on his towering figure had been wounded and big pieces of his flesh had been completely torn off, revealing his bones. Although Yang Kai was constantly resisting and evading their attacks, he was just one person after all, so he appeared battered and helpless. It was as though he would lose his life at any moment upon just one critical attack from the 7 dragons. Zhu Qing roared and spat out a jet of her scorching flames at the 7 dragons. Yang Kai and the dragons turned to look at her. Flabbergasted, the dragons wondered why Zhu Qing had arrived at this place. The flame had temporarily gotten Yang Kai out of his predicament, upon which Zhu Qing immediately flew towards him. Apparently, she was ready to fight alongside him and share the burden with him. The 7 dragons traded glances and came up with a solution instantly. 2 dragons immediately shot towards Zhu Qing and blocked her way. In an instant, the 3 dragons confronted and cast their dragon pressure together, causing the space around them to shake and the world to shatter. "Move!" Zhu Qing growled. Certainly, the 2 dragons couldn't step aside. One of them uttered, "Zhu Qing, stop destroying your own future. You're now a 9th Order dragon. If everything goes well, you'll become the Dragon Clan's 5th elder. Please look at the big picture and place the Dragon Clan first." Zhu Qing refuted coldly. "Before a dragon, I am a woman. I don't understand what big picture you're talking about. All I know is that you're hurting my man." The Dragon Clan member bellowed. "Mind your language. He's just a lowly human. Stop embarrassing the Dragon Clan." The other dragon hurriedly reminded, "Zhu Qing, have you forgotten what happened years ago? She was as powerful as you are now, but look where she ended up. Do you want to go down the same path?" Zhu Qing replied nonchalantly, "At that time, I didn't understand why she was so obstinate, but I do now. Given a second chance, I would have stood on her side rather than against her at that time. You're so stubborn. You'll be thrown into the dragon grave." Zhu Qing, stop now. As they spoke, Fu Ling finally arrived at this place. As a purple dragon, she looked elegant and mighty, but upon her arrival, 2 people immediately scolded her, "Useless." One of them was a Dragon Clan member. The 7 dragons didn't understand why Fu Ling and the blue dragon couldn't stop Zhu Qing although they had joined forces. Now, it seemed that the blue dragon had been injured. Otherwise, Fu Ling wouldn't have raced after Zhu Qing on her own. Supposedly, Fu Ling and the blue dragon had joined forces, and they had the Dragon Temple's blessing, so they should have been able to hold Zhu Qing up. However, in reality, they had only managed to hinder Zhu Qing for a short period of time, which forced 2 of the 7 dragons to come forward to deal with Zhu Qing. The other person who scolded Fu Ling was Yang Kai, for he had never expected that she couldn't even complete such a simple task. If she had accurately passed on his word and told Zhu Qing to help the others to defeat their opponents first, they would have been able to gain the upper hand. However, Zhu Qing had directly arrived at this place, which meant that Fu Ling wasn't able to complete her task, which was why Yang Kai was displeased with her. Appearing embarrassed, Fu Ling stopped in midair and didn't know what to do. Go over to help now. One of the dragons, who was confronting Zhu Qing, growled at Fu Ling. Upon hearing that, Fu Ling had no choice but to fly towards Yang Kai. Seeing her, the other 5 dragons snorted. They had already gained the upper hand by encircling Yang Kai with 7 people on their side. Although Zhu Qing's arrival forced 2 of them to leave the group to deal with her, they now had Fu Ling with them. Generally, the collective power remained roughly the same. They had figured out all of Yang Kai's abilities now. It was impossible for Yang Kai to win this battle, so they should just deal with him slowly by wearing out his confidence and energy until he could no longer use his elusive space divine ability. By then, they would be able to kill or even capture him. At the thought of this, the dragons gazed at Yang Kai with a sneer and a sense of mockery. What thing does he think he is? Where did he get the guts to make a scene on Dragon Island? Doesn't he understand what place this is? There's no doubt his end will be miserable. Just choose one. While the dragons were mocking Yang Kai in their hearts, he suddenly turned to look at Fu Ling and said something unfathomable. The dragons were stunned. What does he mean she has to choose one? What is he talking about? A sense of struggle and hesitation flashed across Fu Ling's eyes. Seeing that, Yang Kai snorted and said coldly, "I'll kill you if you dare disobey me." Her 100-meter figure shuddered when she heard that. Hesitating no further, she opened her mouth and shot a beam of purple light at one of the Dragon Clan members. The Dragon Clan member had a frame that was as large as Fu Ling's dragon form, so their power and bloodline should be roughly the same, which meant that they were basically there to assist the others. That was why he was focusing on Yang Kai and had never expected that Fu Ling would make a move against him suddenly. Hence, he was struck by the purple light directly, upon which he kept writhing about and roaring. "Fu Ling, what's wrong with you?" One of the Dragon Clan members growled. What just happened was utterly strange. As a member of the Dragon Clan, why did Fu Ling side with Yang Kai and attack her kin? That was absolutely absurd. Zhu Lai was Zhu Qing's brother, so it was understandable that he would side with her. But why did Fu Ling go mad and side with them as well? Knowing that she was in the wrong, Fu Ling didn't try to defend herself. She simply transformed her gigantic figure into a beam of purple light and launched herself at her target. Incensed, her opponent came to his senses and met Fu Ling head-on. In an instant, the 2 dragons clashed, sending a shockwave across the sky as they chanted in dragon language to cast their own secret techniques. After they fell into the sea, they caused a huge splash that could eclipse the sky. "What have you done to Fu Ling?" Not all of them were fools, and a glint flashed across a Dragon Clan member's eyes as he had figured out something, turning around to glare at Yang Kai. On the other hand, Yang Kai chuckled and wiped away the blood on his face, which revealed his hideous countenance as he sneered, "Take a guess." The Dragon Clan member's expression darkened as he realized that things were getting out of their control. Initially, they were dealing with Yang Kai with 7 people on their side, which rendered him powerless to continue making a scene, and it was only a matter of time before they could suppress the battle. However, Zhu Qing's arrival had forced 2 of them to leave the group, and now that Fu Ling had sided with Yang Kai, 1 more of them had to leave to deal with her as well. Now, there were only 4 of them left, which was about half their original number. That was why they were slightly anxious. They had experienced Yang Kai's elusive space divine ability firsthand. With the advantage of having more people on their side, they were able to intercept Yang Kai and make sure he couldn't escape. However, with only 4 of them left, their plan and cooperation would be flawed now. If Yang Kai could find a way to break their blessing technique, the Dragon Clan would be bound to lose the fight. No Dragon Clan member could ever accept this kind of humiliation. Growing cautious, they didn't dare to make a rash move again. As they traded glances, it was apparent that they were having a secret chat. However, Yang Kai didn't give them a chance. With his 80-meter-long figure, he appeared overbearing. As the 4 dragons stared at him with caution, he launched himself at them, continuing their great melee. Oh! On a deserted island where world energy was abundant, Fu Qi, whose face was completely pale, sat cross-legged and circulated his dragon essence. He had attached his arms, which had been torn off by Xianxia, back on his body already, but although his vitality and restorative abilities were strong, being a member of the dragon clan, it would still take him 1 to 2 years to restore his strength to its peak. It wasn't certain if it was because he was in pain or something else, but with a contorting face, he was trying to heal himself while cursing at someone through gritted teeth. That bitch! Slut! Whore! Although the entire dragon clan had been humiliated on this day, the humiliation that had been inflicted upon Wuxia was 1,000 times more intense than that on his fellow clansmen. His bride had been snatched from him on his wedding day, and he had been subdued by his love rival. That human even tore off both his arms. If it weren't for the great elder rescuing him at the end, he would have been killed. Judging from how ruthless and resolute that human appeared, Wuxia was certain Xianxia would not have hesitated to do it. This kind of humiliation was like a mountain that pressed against Wuxia's chest, making it hard for him to breathe. He could imagine that his reputation would be completely ruined after this day. In the future, he would be too embarrassed to meet his fellow clansmen. By just thinking about the expressions he would see on their faces, he felt utterly enraged. As his blood was boiling, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of dragon blood, which dyed the ground in front of him. At that moment, images of a man and a woman kept flashing across his mind. Feeling resentful of Xianxia and Zhu Qing, he swore that he would make them experience pain and humiliation 100 times more intense. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to soothe the rage in his chest. As for who he would make suffer the most, he hated Zhu Qing more than Xianxia, so she would be the greatest victim. While Wuxia was deep in such thoughts, he suddenly noticed something and looked up, upon which his gaze turned ferocious. Someone was standing quietly in the sky nearby, but he was a dragonborn rather than a human. Wuxia could sense the mixed dragon blood aura wafting from this person's body. He was most familiar with this kind of aura because those hybrids from Half-Dragon City all exuded this kind of revolting aura. All dragon clan members loathed this sort of aura and instinctively felt repulsed by it. Wuxia was no exception. Scram! Wuxia growled with a cold expression. He had suffered an unbearable humiliation on this day, which was why he fled to this island to recuperate, but he never expected that a dragonborn would stalk him here and even look down on him from nearby. He had already been humiliated by a lowly human, so was this hybrid going to do the same? In normal times, Wuxia would have killed him on the spot. However, he was in the process of healing himself right now and wasn't in the mood to deal with this hybrid. He thought that his growl would terrify this hybrid and send him running for his life. In fact, any hybrid from Half-Dragon City would never attempt to disobey a pureblood dragon. It had nothing to do with their strength, it was just inherent inferiority they had before the dragon clan. The division of dragon veins was rigid. The difference between pureblood dragon veins and half-dragon bloodlines was like the difference between the heavens and earth. However, what shocked Wuxia was that his growl didn't elicit any expression from the hybrid. Instead, the hybrid just stared at him quietly with an expression that was as calm as a still lake. Infuriated, Wuxia decided to vent his anger on this hybrid and lashed out coldly, "You must court death." Upon finishing his words, he pushed his dragon pressure and engulfed Li Jiao in it. The next moment, Wuxia's expression was transformed into shock, because the sight before his eyes was completely beyond his ability to comprehend. Under his dragon pressure, that hybrid didn't seem to have been affected as he only frowned a little. Unlike what Wuxia had imagined, Li Jiao's bloodline had not been suppressed, and he didn't fall on his knees in fright. What's going on? This man is just a hybrid with an impure bloodline, while I'm an 8th Order Thunder Dragon. There's a huge difference between our bloodlines, so why does he still look fine? What went wrong? Unlike how shocked Wuxia was, Li Jiao felt excited in his heart. It's really blocked. However, there's indeed a huge difference between a 3rd Order and an 8th Order. Although I still feel a little uncomfortable due to the suppression, I can finally see hope of getting my revenge. The Dragon Temple's blessing indeed lived up to its name. With the help of this blessing, the difference between their bloodlines would be far less obvious, and Li Jiao would have a right to go all out to fight with Wuxia. That was the right he needed most. If it weren't because Xianxia had intercepted one of the blessings from the Dragon Temple and redirected it into Li Jiao's body, the latter would never have a chance to retaliate against Fu Qi for Lu Sanyang. Everything was made possible because of Xianxia, so Li Jiao was grateful to him. Upon realizing what the cause of all this was soon after, Fu Qi widened his eyes and bellowed, "You have the Dragon Temple's blessing? How is that possible? How did you get it?" Naturally, he wasn't aware that after he left, the fourth elder communicated with the Dragon Temple and asked for blessings to be delivered to his clansmen. What Fu Qi also couldn't understand was how this Dragonborn managed to get a blessing. Furthermore, there seemed to be an unresolvable feud between them. Otherwise, this man wouldn't have stalked him and looked at him with a gaze that was filled with hatred. "What are you trying to do?" Fu Qi's expression darkened as he sneered. "Does this hybrid think he can harm me just because I'm injured? Indeed, I'm wounded, but I'm still an 8th Order Thunder Dragon." Without answering his question, Li Jiao uttered dispassionately, "My name is Li Jiao." As he spoke, a golden glint flashed across his hand, upon which a halberd appeared. It was an emperor artifact, the Golden Lion halberd. This halberd was made from the bones of a 12th Order monster beast, the Sovereign Golden Lion, which was an ancient beast that had supposedly gone extinct. In ancient times, it was one of the most powerful creatures in the star boundary and could even compete with some divine spirits. Li Jiao managed to obtain the Sovereign Golden Lion skeleton by chance. After that, he found an artifact refining grandmaster to help him forge this halberd. The weapon had accompanied him for about 500 years now, and he had been cultivating it with his blood essence the whole time. Could be said that this halberd was his most powerful weapon. With this halberd in his hand, Li Jiao's aura and momentum reached a peak. Facing an 8th Order Thunder Dragon, he wouldn't dare to lower his guard, as although the other party was injured, Li Jiao knew it would be no easy task to defeat him, which was why he directly brought out his trump card. Also understanding the situation, Fu Qi frowned deeply. He didn't know what the feud was between them that made Li Jiao ready to put his life at risk. But that didn't matter at this moment. Just then, a breeze whisked past them, after which Li Jiao charged forward with the halberd in his hands as a cold glint flashed across the weapon. Upon reaching Fu Qi, Li Jiao swung, chopped, and stabbed with his halberd, engulfing the former in an innumerable number of halberd shadows. Impudence! Fu Qi was enraged because he had been humiliated by Xianxia and Zhu Qing earlier, but now even a hybrid was insulting him. As a member of the Dragon Clan, he would never allow anyone to disparage his dignity. Releasing a ferocious roar, crackling sounds echoed as lightning arcs exploded out. The arcs condensed together into a giant bolt that then struck at Li Jiao. At the same time, Fu Qi opened his mouth and spat out a massive lightning ball at the Golden Lion halberd. A red gleam glowed on Li Jiao's body as his pores expanded, a clear sign he was burning his blood essence to fuel his assault. Li Jiao knew that this battle had to be ended quickly. Only by turning his anger into near-reckless courage could he stand a chance to win a battle against Fu Qi. The longer things dragged on, the slimmer the chance he would have to get his revenge, which was why he decided to burn his blood essence from the very start so he could kill Fu Qi in as few moves as possible. Just then, a beam of lightning struck Li Jiao's body, causing the red glow to flicker, as though it would be put out at any moment. The lightning ball coming out of Fu Qi's mouth hit the Golden Lion halberd simultaneously, and after a loud boom was heard, Li Jiao was sent flying away, while Fu Qi, who was seated cross-legged, was pushed back almost 100 meters. "Go to hell!" Fu Qi growled as his fury reached a breaking point and exploded like a volcano. However, when he raised his gaze, his expression changed slightly. That was because Li Jiao, who was sent flying away, actually spat more blood essence onto the Golden Lion halberd, while he performed several complicated hand seals and pointed at Fu Qihua. A thunderous roar could be heard, upon which the Golden Lion halberd contorted and transformed into a huge lion. The King of Beasts then turned into a beam of golden light and launched itself at Fu Qi. Knowing that the attack would seriously injure him if he allowed it to hit, Fu Qi didn't dare to take it lightly. After a roar, he transformed into his dragon form and clawed at the golden light with all his might, upon which the lion disintegrated and turned back into a halberd. The glow appeared fainter now, as its spirituality had been damaged, causing Li Jiao to spurt out blood as his aura deflated. "Since you dared to provoke me, you must die today." Fu Qi curled his body up and looked down at Li Jiao. Like an emissary of the heavens, he was pronouncing the judgment for Li Jiao. However, the next moment, his expression changed drastically as a sense of anxiety rose within him. Upon closer look, he realized that there was a Longan-sized bead in the puddle of blood Li Jiao had spat out. Although the bead appeared ordinary, it actually contained a formidable power. Apparently, Fu Qi felt threatened by the bead. "A dragon bead? How did you cultivate a dragon bead?" Fu Qi exclaimed. It was an inconceivable idea that a mere hybrid had managed to cultivate a dragon bead. Although the bead's quality was extremely low, it was still a genuine dragon bead. Every member of the dragon clan had their own dragon bead, which was their most precious possession as it was the foundation of their life and strength, equivalent to a monster beast's monster core. When facing a life or death crisis, a monster beast could spit out their own monster core to attack their opponent. Naturally, dragon clan members could do the same, but hardly anyone had done it before, because there were basically no creatures in this world that could threaten their lives. Even if there were such creatures, they wouldn't choose to offend Dragon Clan, much less try to kill them. It took immense courage to spit out one's dragon bead. Although the dragon bead was incredibly powerful and by no means fragile, outside the body it became vulnerable to attack, and the slightest damage to it would also damage a dragon's foundation. This would either result in a reduction of strength, or in extreme cases, a loss of life. Unless they were left with no other choice, a monster beast wouldn't spit out their monster core, and a dragon clan member would never take out their dragon bead unless it was the only way they could destroy their opponent. At this moment, a hybrid had actually taken out his own dragon bead in front of Fu Qi, demonstrating clearly his determination to kill his enemy. "What's wrong with this guy? What grudge is there between us? Why is he going as far as to even spit out his dragon bead to attack me?" In comparison to the fact that this man had cultivated his own dragon bead, Fu Qi was more surprised by Li Jiao's resoluteness. Even now, he did not understand why Li Jiao hated him so deeply. Since the beginning, Li Jiao had only announced his name and spoken no further. After just a few moves, Li Jiao was even ready to put his life on the line to win. Fu Qi was caught off guard by this series of unexpected attacks. Li Jiao was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, but he was now ready to put his life at risk to release his strongest strike. Even though Fu Qi was an 8th-order Thunder Dragon, he wouldn't dare disdain this kind of suicidal attack. With his expression turning solemn, Fu Qi roared and spat out a mouthful of dragon breath, which transformed into a layer of protection in front of him. After the layer of protection was struck by the approaching dragon bead, Fu Qi's gigantic body shook while Li Jiao coughed up enough blood to dye his clothes scarlet. The dragon bead's glow started flickering, but through pure force of will, Li Jiao managed to stabilize its radiance. Suddenly, a cracking sound was heard. Fu Qi's expression changed again as he had underestimated Li Jiao's determination. He thought that a setback would make Li Jiao back down, but it only made him grow more ferocious instead. The hybrid didn't care about his own dragon bead at all, as he recklessly pushed its power. An absolutely insane move. After Fu Qi's layer of protection was destroyed, the dragon bead would almost instantly reach him. Just when Fu Qi was hesitating whether he should also take out his dragon bead to intercept it, the chance had already passed him by. At that moment, the small dragon bead was like the sharpest weapon in this world and penetrated Fu Qi's dragon scales, forming a big hole on his chest before it shot out from his back, after which copious amounts of dragon blood spurted from his wound. Fu Qi wailed as he writhed about, smashing all the rocks on the island and throwing sand and dirt into the air. Compared to his body size, the wound that was caused by the strike was small, but he had actually been severely injured. His 5 viscera and 6 organs had been shifted and his blood essence had become chaotic and unstable. Infuriated, Fu Qi swung his dragon tail and hit right at the dragon bead behind him. A crack was formed on the dragon bead, causing its glow to dim noticeably. Li Jiao opened his mouth and spouted out another mouthful of blood. His face had turned as pale as a white sheet and, unable to even support his own weight anymore, he fell on his knees. He gasped for air, but his aura only continued to dwindle. It was as though he would lose his life at any moment. He raised his head and saw that Fu Qi had returned to his human form, proving his final strike just now wasn't useless. Although Li Jiao was in a sorry state, Fu Qi had been severely injured as well. At this moment, Fu Qi's face was ashen as he pressed his hand against his chest and glowered at Li Jiao. His robes were covered in blood. If they were to fight head-on, Fu Qi believed that this hybrid would be no match for him even though the latter had the Dragon Temple's blessing. However, this hybrid was extremely ruthless and resolute, catching Fu Qi off guard. If not for this, it would have been impossible for Fu Qi to have been injured so badly. As a result, at this moment, Fu Qi felt utterly humiliated. Staring coldly at Li Jiao, he uttered slowly, "I'll kill you." Li Jiao raised his hand with difficulty to wipe the blood off his mouth and gazed calmly at Fu Qi as he thought to himself, "I failed. Even though I've done my best, it's still impossible for me to kill a member of the Dragon Clan." He had already gone all out, using every trump card he had, so all he could do was lament that the heavens were unfair to him. With so many creatures in this world, why are we graded into different ranks? Why is the Dragon Clan above all others? Fu Qi shuffled towards Li Jiao as a ferocious glint flashed across his gaze. Although he was staggering, he was in a much better state than Li Jiao. He had figured out that Li Jiao had used up all his energy, so he could now do with him as he pleased. There was no way Li Jiao could resist. Fu Qi's anger had reached the breaking point after he was injured by a filthy hybrid. Therefore, he decided to torture Li Jiao in the cruelest way possible to let the latter know the consequences of offending him. He didn't care why Li Jiao would put his own life at risk to kill him. He wasn't interested in finding out what was on the hybrid's mind. There was only a distance of tens of meters between them, but it took Fu Qi an incense stick worth of time to cross this short distance, staggering as he stepped because he too was incredibly weak. Standing in front of Li Jiao, he appeared to be the victorious one with a smug expression. His lips curved into a hideous smile as he watched Li Jiao panting heavily on his knees. After a sigh, Li Jiao decided to close his eyes and await his final moment. If he still had any power to resist, he wouldn't have stayed put. However, the spirituality of his golden lion halberd, which he had been cultivating with his own blood essence, had been damaged. His dragon bead had also cracked. The foundation of his life had been hurt as well, so he didn't even have the energy to move one finger. Has he conceded defeat? Fu Qi stared coldly at him and sneered. So what if he has conceded defeat? He has to pay the price for offending me. Just when Li Jiao was about to shut his eyes though, he suddenly opened them again as he looked behind Fu Qi in fright. He seemed to be looking at something unbelievable as he widened his eyes. Seeing that, Fu Qi snorted. "What trick are you trying to play on me before your death?" He thought that Li Jiao was just trying to distract him, but he felt that something was off immediately after he finished speaking, because there really was another presence behind him. Who? Having goosebumps all over his body, Fu Qi whirled around, only to see an ugly monkey-like man grinning at him. The smile on his face was horrendous and filled with a kind of unfettered madness. "It's you." Upon recognizing the man, Fu Qi frowned. He remembered that this man was the one in charge of building his new palace. Some time ago, he and Zhu Lai went over to check on the palace, and it was this man who had guided them around. Only a short period of time had passed, so Fu Qi still remembered this man's face. At that time, he couldn't help feeling disdainful of his servile attitude. In front of the Dragon Clan, all humans were as lowly as ants. "What are you doing here?" Fu Qi stared at him with a frown. Everything felt off on this day. First, a hybrid stalked him and waged a life-or-death battle with him. Then, a human appeared all of a sudden. It was said once bitten, twice shy, so Fu Qi was now wary of this man. Normally, he wouldn't even spare this kind of man a glance. However, having been injured repeatedly on this day, he had become more cautious. The inscrutable smile on this man's face made Fu Qi furious. Faced with Fu Qi's question, Wu Chun didn't answer him as he just took a look at Li Jiao with a smile before shifting his attention back to Fu Qi nodding slightly. He uttered, "Good, good, good." After he said good 3 times, the smile on his face became more eerie, and he even stuck out his tongue to lick his lips. He looked like a starving wolf that was staring at its prey in the winter. "Are you also here to oppose me?" Fu Qi stared at him coldly and sneered. He wasn't a fool, so he could see that this monkey-like man was ill-intentioned. This human was just a third-order emperor though, so although Fu Qi was weak now due to his injuries, he still had confidence he could defeat him. Upon hearing that, Li Jiao was elated and looked at Wu Chun with expectation written all over his face. He was extremely crestfallen because he still couldn't kill Fu Qi even though he had used up all his tricks, and he was already in his last moments now. However, if Wu Chun was there to deal with Fu Qi, then he could still get his revenge with the latter's help. "Oppose you?" Wu Chun shook his head with a smile. No, that's not the reason I'm here." Fu Qi replied disdainfully. "I didn't think you had the guts." Wu Chun nodded and uttered, "I'm here to eat a dragon." "Eat a dragon?" Fu Qi was startled as he didn't understand the meaning behind his words. However, he did not have the time to think about it, because right after Wu Chun finished speaking, the gleam that beamed from his eyes suddenly turned into a vortex. As they were staring at each other fixedly, Fu Qi couldn't help but feel astounded, as he felt that those eyes seemed to have a mysterious devouring power that seemed to be trying to suck his soul in. Fu Qi's expression changed drastically as he tried to look away, but it was too late. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move his gaze. The mysterious power from the other party's eyes grew stronger and more horrendous, forcing Fu Qi to stare fixedly at him. And in just a short moment, Fu Qi could feel that his soul was really beginning to shake. His back was drenched in cold sweat in an instant. Following that, his vision turned dark, and he started to lose consciousness. However, he remained rooted to the spot, unable to move a muscle. Wu Chun stepped forward, and under the attention of the dumbfounded Li Jiao, his body went through a series of transformative changes. His thin frame swelled up all of a sudden, and his monkey-like countenance started contorting. In the blink of an eye, Wu Chun had transformed into an authoritative-looking and overbearing man with a pair of sharp eyes. Appearing to be a middle-aged man now, he didn't look like Wu Chun at all. What kind of secret technique is this? Li Jiao was flabbergasted as his eyes were brimming with fear. Despite his sharp vision, he couldn't see through Wu Chun at all previously. He believed that Xianxia and the hundreds of people who built the palace alongside Wu Chun also didn't notice anything off about him. Does this secret technique allow him to disguise his appearance and aura perfectly? Just then, Li Jiao couldn't help feeling fearful after Wu Chun swept a glance over him. There was no way he could resist this man's attack. If this man, who had disguised himself as Wu Chun, wanted to kill Li Jiao, he could do it without any effort. That realization made Li Jiao terrified as his blood almost froze. When he was facing Fu Qi, an 8th Order Thunder Dragon, he could still summon the courage to kill him even if he had to sacrifice his life to do so. However, a mere nonchalant glance from this man was able to shake him to the core, which went to show just how horrifying this man truly was. "Ha ha ha!" That man circled around Fu Qi and started guffawing. "This is such a lucky day for me. It really didn't take me much effort to get one." Upon finishing his words, he licked his lips again as his gaze was brimming with greed while he was staring at Fu Qi. "May I know who your excellency is?" Li Jiao gulped and asked. Now he had realized that this man, who had disguised as Wu Chun, must be a terrifying hidden master. This man also had to have some hidden agenda for him to pose as Wu Chun and sneak into Dragon Island. Judging from this incident that had just happened, his plot must be extremely wicked and might even turn all of Dragon Island upside down. Ignoring Li Jiao's question entirely, Wu Chun stared fixedly at Fu Qi and uttered, "I have to thank you for what just happened. If you hadn't injured him, it would take me some effort to capture him." He tooted, "It's troublesome being so weak." Did he just call himself weak? Li Jiao was astonished. What Wu Chun had just showcased suggested that he had incredible power. With just a stare, he was able to root an 8th-order thunder dragon in place. If his power was considered weak, then Li Jiao's power could only be regarded as trash. Stay right there. I'll deal with you after I'm done with this little dragon. Wu Chen pointed at him. Li Jiao felt cold all over his body. When he heard the man thanking him, he thought that he might be let off. However, upon hearing these last words, Li Jiao understood that he would be killed soon. Forget it. Fu Qi will end up in a miserable state, so I've gotten revenge for San Yang. I've fulfilled my promise as a man, so I can die with no regrets. It wasn't that he didn't want to flee, but he knew that he wouldn't stand a chance to escape from this man. He would only be killed sooner if he made a rash move. Therefore, Li Jiao decided to close his eyes and waited calmly for the end to come. Right then, a sudden change happened. A strange aura pulsed from Wu Chen's body, and at that instant, his expression contorted as he growled, "Old fart, what are you doing?" Wu Chen immediately stepped backwards as a myriad of expressions flickered across his face. At the same time, two different auras began clashing with one another inside his body, an extremely eerie sight to behold. Li Jiao stared at him in shock, not knowing what was wrong with him. "Stop being so presumptuous. If you dare spoil my good deed, I'll never let you off. Don't you think I can't devour you too?" The man growled again as the conflict between the two auras intensified. The confrontation between the auras also made Li Jiao's skin feel painful. Baffled, Li Jiao thought that the man was speaking to himself, as though he was suffering from a split personality. Li Jiao had lived in this world for thousands of years and seen countless strange things, but it was the first time he came across such an incident. As Wu Chen spoke, both his hands started moving. What was strange, though, was that each hand was performing a different set of hand seals at the same time. Their movements were so rapid that Li Jiao couldn't even see them clearly. He was especially shocked by the complexity and abstrusity of the hand seals, as he had never seen or heard anything remotely similar before. A moment later, Wu Chen turned his head and glared at Li Jiao. With a contorting and hideous face, he said through gritted teeth, "Why are you still here? Are you sick of living?" Li Jiao was flabbergasted. Realizing something, he pointed at the man and said, "You?" Wu Chen growled, "Look for Yang Kai now and tell him." However, Wu Chen suddenly cut himself off and bellowed, "There's no use looking for anyone. No one can stop me today. 2 souls in one body. This man has 2 souls in his body." It was then that Li Jiao understood why this man was behaving so strangely. There were actually 2 souls residing in his body, which was why he kept talking to and contradicting himself. Initially, he wanted to kill Li Jiao, but the next moment, he told him to flee immediately. Li Jiao didn't want to die. The reason he stayed put just now was that he didn't see any hope of survival. Now that there was a chance, though, he wasn't willing to sit around waiting for death. He took out some pills from his space ring and stuffed them into his mouth. Following that, he focused his mind upon which a cracked bead shot up from the sea and rushed into his mouth. It was his damaged dragon bead. With the dragon bead back into his stomach as well as the help of the pills, he had managed to restore some of his energy. Then, he extended his hand and retrieved his golden lion halberd, whose spirituality had been damaged. Upon taking a deep breath, he started running for his life. He didn't know the identity of the man behind him, but he realized that the soul who told him to run away must know Yang Kai, which was why he had to tell the latter about it immediately. Unfortunately, that soul didn't give more details or didn't have the chance to do so. Otherwise, Li Jiao would have figured out the man's identity. Oh! As the dragon roars shook the sky, Yang Kai and 4 dragons clashed across the sky. Although Zhu Qing and Fu Ling had shared some of his burdens, he was still put in a disadvantageous situation. Those in the dragon clan were divine spirits, and all 4 dragons in that place were mature great dragons. Although bloodline was graded into different orders, every dragon clan member could easily defeat a 3rd-order Emperor Realm Master. Although Yang Kai was now an 80-meter-long half-dragon that was mighty in its own right, he was still no match for the other dragons. At the same time, he was glad that Zhu Qing and Fu Ling had lifted some of the weight off his shoulders. Otherwise, he would have lost the battle by now. Although the situation wasn't in their favor, they still stood some chance of winning. Xianxia was still waiting for the right moment to deal a critical blow to the 4 dragons, as he still had a trump card to play. It was called a trump card because it could bring the best result for him when his opponents least expected it. At that moment, Xianxia was drenched in blood, as he had been wounded all over his body, and his aura was no longer at its peak, as though he would collapse at any moment. Seeing that, the 4 dragons stopped hesitating and pounced on him from all directions. Xianxia moved a little to avoid the first dragon that charged at him and evaded the dragon breath that had been shot at him by the second. At the same time, he parried the 3rd great dragon's secret technique. However, as his body shook violently, he realized that he had been grasped by the 4th dragon. That dragon was the strongest among the 4, as was a 7th order with a 150-meter-long body, which he wrapped around Xianxia to ensure that the latter couldn't escape using his space divine ability. At that moment, all of Xianxia's bones started cracking. The other 3 dragons were elated upon seeing this, after which they rushed towards Xianxia again. All of their eyes glinted with a cold glare. If Xianxia still couldn't struggle out of the grip before they reached him, he would be doomed. As Xianxia growled, a glint flashed across his eyes. It had come to the point where he couldn't hide anything anymore. He had no choice but to use his last trick to save himself. Just then, he was startled for a moment before he became ecstatic. After he twisted his wrist, something appeared in his hand. Then, he hurled the thing in his hand at a dragon that was coming at him, and he growled, "Get him!" The other 3 dragons were shocked when they saw what Xianxia had done. Before they figured out what Xianxia had thrown at them, they didn't dare to parry it, as they had witnessed how tricky and ruthless he could be. There was no way the tactic he had used at this point would be meaningless. Under everyone's attention, a round boulder was seen being catapulted into the air. The perfectly rounded boulder was only as tall as an ordinary human, but it appeared quite ordinary. What is that? The dragon clan members were puzzled when they saw this. The dragon who was about to be hit with the boulder impatiently swung his tail in an attempt to sweep it away, but as soon as his tail came into contact with it, a sudden change happened. An explosion was heard, upon which the boulder broke into pieces. This change stunned the dragons, but upon closer examination, they realized that a strange stone man about as tall as a human had emerged from the broken stones. This stone man had an angular appearance and sharp spikes protruding from his figure. He had complete facial features and his limbs were unusually long. It wouldn't be so surprising if that was all though. The most important factor was that this stone man had flames covering his body, and there was an aura coming from him that was exclusive to divine spirits. "Shihua!" One dragon growled as disbelief was written all over his face. As divine spirits themselves, the dragon clan members were familiar with Shihua. Although Shihua wasn't ranked highly among the divine spirits, it was still powerful. However, what the dragon clan members didn't understand was why a Shihua would emerge from a boulder, which was thrown out by Xianxia. They were surrounded by the seemingly endless sea, so how did Xianxia manage to summon it? Right after Shihua appeared, it released a roar. The sound waves coming from its mouth were so strong they were almost visible to the naked eye. The shock wave caused a ripple in the surrounding space, and the dragon clan member at the front couldn't help but stop moving. Instinctively, they could sense that this Shihua was more complicated than it seemed. Scram! The dragon closest by extended his claws and swiped at the Shihua. So what if it's a Shihua? No divine spirits can ever be haughty in front of us. The dragon clan. Moreover, this Shihua should be a newly born, so it should be quite weak now. The next moment, though, this dragon clan member realized he was deeply mistaken. After a growl, this Shihua that was only as tall as a human rapidly began to expand. 10 meters, 15 meters, 30 meters, 60 meters. In just a short moment, Shihua, who was just as small as an ant to the dragon clan members a short while ago, had grown to be just as gargantuan as them. The flames on his body appeared even more violent, as though they could burn anything in this world. With a loud boom, the dragon claw clashed with Shihua's chest, which caused sparks to fly along with a screeching sound. Xianxia staggered backwards as a claw mark formed on its chest. The dragon clan member who had made the move was startled by the change. Is this really a Xianxia? When did it develop this kind of divine ability? After being clawed, Xianxia took a look at its chest and raised its head. Its flickering red eyes looked like dancing flames, and an eerie laugh sounded from its throat. Following that, it extended its arms and grabbed the dragon's tail before pulling him towards itself. The dragon roared as he didn't expect that Xianxia would pull him towards it suddenly. As the two bodies clashed together, a thunderous boom was heard. Following that, the smell of roasted meat filled the air. Groaning in pain, the dragon tried to struggle out of Xianxia's grip as it moved towards the sea. After both of them plunged into the waters, they caused a huge splash with a surge of steam. There were 4 of them initially, but Xianxia's appearance forced one of them to leave the group. Now only 3 dragons were left to deal with Xianxia. Ha 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 ha! Xianxia suddenly guffawed, his voice as loud as thunder. You're about to die. How dare you still be so conceited? The dragon clan member, who had been binding Xianxia, growled, for he didn't understand why Xianxia was laughing. Although there had been many unexpected changes on this day, Xianxia was obviously still on the losing side. 3 dragons were more than enough to deal with him. It's the right time now. Xianxia's expression turned solemn as he spoke in a lowered voice. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 dragons realized that something bad was going to happen. Hesitating no more, all of them decided to kill him immediately. The great dragon, who had been binding Xianxia with his own body, exerted more force to restrict him so that there was no room for him to struggle. The other 2 dragons came at him from both sides as their dragon claws glinted with a cold glare. Breaking through the hindrance of space, they aimed at Xianxia's vital parts. Dragon! Transformation! The 3 dragons were stunned when they heard Xianxia's hoarse voice. Dragon transformation? Hasn't he already transformed into a dragon? It's already an inconceivable achievement that a human has managed to transform into an 80-meter-long dragon. Why did he yell dragon transformation again? Does he want to turn into an actual dragon? At the thought of this, the 3 dragons couldn't help but snort. In their eyes, Xianxia could never become a true dragon no matter how hard he tried. This was the limitation imposed on the races, so he could never achieve that breakthrough. But what happened next terrified them. After Xianxia shouted dragon transformation, his already imposing dragon pressure started intensifying to the point where the 3 dragons began feeling horrified. At the same time, cracking sounds could be heard, as Xianxia, who was already 80 meters long, started expanding again. The dragon, who had been binding Xianxia, widened his eyes in disbelief. He could feel that an immense force was pushing him outward, forcing his curled-up body to expand. 80 meters, 100 meters, 120 meters, 150 meters. With his head reaching to the heavens while his feet firmly trod upon the void, Xianxia now looked like a gargantuan monster as his terrifying dragon pressure spread across the sky, shaking the world, sending thousands of waves out across the sea. The 3 dragons could feel their eyes trembling violently. The dragons, who were battling against Zhu Qing and Fu Ling, were dumbstruck as they gazed at Xianxia. Zhu Qing was startled for a moment before a glint of joy flashed across her eyes. She had never expected that Xianxia had been hiding his true power as he awaited the best chance to fight back. Now that chance had come. There was a huge difference between an 80-meter-tall figure and a 150-meter-tall one. The strength of a dragon's bloodline could be judged by observing its size. Xianxia had cultivated the dragon transformation secret art, so naturally, he had inherited this trait as well. The larger his size, the purer his bloodline was. 1 month ago, his dragon form was only 45 meters, but now he had grown to be a 150-meter-tall half-dragon, which meant that his size had grown by more than 3 times. Although his overall strength didn't actually improve much, the increment in his size came with a proportionally more powerful dragon pressure and bloodline suppression. It was thanks to those dragon blood flowers that he had managed to improve his dragon transformation secret art to this point, especially those dragon blood pills that were made from the 2 peak-rank dragon blood flowers. Almost half of the result of his growth in the past month was brought about by just these 2 flowers, while the other high-rank dragon blood flowers made up the rest. Given more time, Xianxia could have grown even taller than 150 meters. This was more than a mere increase in size though. Initially, the dragon scales Xianxia was covered in didn't appear all that special, but at this moment, all his scales started glowing with a golden gleam. His entire body seemed to have been covered in a layer of gold, which appeared dazzling under the sunlight. The bulges on Xianxia's temples had protruded like sprouting seedlings as his dragon horns now appeared long and firm, like those of a true dragon. The whole space had been engulfed in his dragon pressure as though his presence had materialized, causing the 3 dragons to feel suffocated. It was like their chests had been pressed by boulders, which made them frustrated, and the dragon essence within their bodies was circulating at half its original speed. The 3 dragons were astonished and panicked, especially when they realized that a particular scale on their bodies was glowing strongly. The glowing dragon scales were where the dragon temple's blessing had been stored, and the reason for this abnormality was that the blessing technique had become unstable. When Xianxia was still an 80-meter-tall half-dragon, they were not affected by the bloodline suppression at all. However, after Xianxia had grown to 150 meters, his dragon pressure's impact on their bloodlines made them terrified, even though they still had the dragon temple's blessing. Zhu Lai had said that the dragon temple's blessing could significantly offset bloodline suppression, but that didn't mean it could be completely neutralized. When that suppression surpassed a certain limit, the difference between bloodlines couldn't be ignored even though they still had the dragon temple's blessing. Just like the time when Li Jiao was confronted by Fu Qi, at this moment, the 3 dragons were extremely terrified when they were facing Xianxia. This battle has to be ended quickly. Otherwise, the consequences could be dreadful. The 3 dragons decided in an instant. After Xianxia transformed into his 150-meter-tall form, his gaze appeared even more determined as he charged forward. Xianxia suddenly made a move, from an unbelievable angle. His fist that was as large as a house landed on the head of one of the large dragons, who was coming at him from the left side. After a loud thud was heard, the dragon wailed in pain as his head was jerked to the side from the impact, and some dragon scales on his head had been broken off. His towering figure writhed about in the air and then plunged into the sea. The dragon from Xianxia's right side reached him in the next moment, and like a blade that could cut through anything in the world, his dragon claw glinted with a cold glare as it stabbed at Xianxia's chest. Since Xianxia was still bound at this moment, he was unable to evade this attack, nor could he teleport away. If the claw landed on his chest, he would be doomed. At the most critical moment, he made an instinctive move by swinging his dragon tail towards his opponent. Like a bolt of lightning that had descended from the sky, Xianxia's tail lashed at his opponent with incredible force. Pa! His dragon tail hit right at the dragon's spine, and after a pain-filled roar, the great dragon that was approaching shot out like a falling star. With an awkward expression, Xianxia scanned himself with his divine sense and arched his brow, for there was now a dragon tail on his lower back. The discovery shocked him. After 1 month of painstaking cultivation, he knew that his dragon transformation secret art had improved significantly, but he wasn't sure what he would look like after activating his complete dragon transformation. Until now, his figure had grown to 150 meters long. Dragon horns had grown on his temples. A dragon tail had been formed on his lower back. His dragon scales now glowed with a golden glint. These were all transformative changes that made him look starkly different from his 80-meter-tall half-dragon form. With a body as sturdy as a mountain, Xianxia looked around in an aloof manner as though the entire world was now under his control. At that instant, his heart was filled with confidence and pride. The great dragon, who had been restricting Xianxia's movements, widened his eyes in disbelief. All these turns of events happened in the blink of an eye. His 2 fellow clansmen were easily defeated by Xianxia with just a fist and a tail sweep. Now, his chest tightened as he had to face Xianxia, who had activated his second dragon transformation, alone. A glint flashed across his eyes as he opened his mouth wide to bite Xianxia's head. Xianxia raised his arm to protect himself, upon which his opponent's sharp teeth dug into it, causing his arm to be covered in blood in an instant. However, Yang Kai just put on a sneer, and under the terrified great dragon's attention, he extended his other hand and grabbed the great dragon's horn before twisting it. Arg! A dragon roar shook the sky. After this great dragon's horn had been broken off, blood started spurting out of the wound on his head like a great fountain. After taking the horn, Yang Kai extended his hand and clawed at the great dragon's stomach. Chi, chi. In an instant, a wound that was tens of meters long was formed on the great dragon's stomach. Through the wound, his squirming organs could be seen. At the same time, hundreds of dragon scales had been ripped off, including the one that contained the Dragon Temple's blessing. After a brilliant flash of light, the great dragon was unable to sustain his dragon form anymore and shrank at a rapid speed until he assumed his human form again. He immediately tried to run away from Yang Kai with his hands pressing against his stomach, his blood still trickling down from between his fingers. His face was completely pale. With bloodshot eyes, Yang Kai shot him a disdainful glance, but he didn't intend to chase after him. Without the Dragon Temple's blessing, this dragon clan member was no longer a threat to him. With a roar, Yang Kai directly plunged into the sea, but oddly enough he didn't cause a single splash. A moment later, a violent energy fluctuation was felt coming from the bottom of the sea. Following that, a water column shot up into the sky, upon which Yang Kai emerged from the sea with two dragons, one in each hand. The splash he had caused reflected the sunlight and formed a great rainbow. These two great dragons were the ones who had been defeated by Yang Kai earlier. With his huge palms clenching the necks of both dragons, Yang Kai dragged them along as he flew towards the sky. Yang Kai's whiskers trembled as he laughed wildly. Exerting more force with his hands, he smashed the two dragons' heads into each other, causing a thunderous boom that had both of them seeing stars. Hong, 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 hong. It was as though Yang Kai had been addicted to playing this game, as he kept making them crash into one another. At that moment, their dragon blood spurted out of their wounds as their bones were constantly creaking. After bashing their heads together several dozen times to get his revenge, Yang Kai tossed them away, using the same tactic as before to break the blessing technique on them. Up in the sky, the two dragon clan members were forced to return to their human forms. They were staggering about and couldn't even stand stably, as though they were completely inebriated. After they staggered out a few dozen meters, they turned to look at Yang Kai with gazes that were filled with fear and wariness. Ignoring them, Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and targeted a particular place. The next moment, he pushed his space principles, upon which his figure vanished into thin air. When he reappeared, he had already joined Zhu Qing's battle. The two dragon clan members, who were blocking Zhu Qing, were shocked upon seeing him. Although they were battling Zhu Qing just now, they were not far away from where Yang Kai had been fighting. Hence, they had seen the battle clearly. Going up against three dragons, Yang Kai still managed to defeat them with ease. Those three dragons were completely powerless to counterattack. That was why they had now lost the courage to face Yang Kai's ruthlessness. As Yang Kai's dragon pressure penetrated them, their bloodlines were immediately suppressed. After trading glances, they decided to turn into beams of light to flee. They were no longer able to resolve this issue today. In other words, they couldn't solve the problem just because they had more people on their side. To restore Dragon Island's reputation, they had to seek help from the Great Elder and the Second Elder. That was why they had to inform the two elders about what was happening here now. However, they didn't have the chance to do that. Just when they were preparing to flee, the space around them became extremely viscous, as though they had been sealed off by a kind of mysterious force. Space principles. The two dragons were both shocked and panicked as they pushed their dragon pressure to break free of the space principle's impact on them. However, Yang Kai had already pounced on them and grabbed one of their tails. After spinning the dragon around several times, Yang Kai hurled him at the other dragon. Hong! Both dragons were sent flying away as they roared. Yang Kai launched himself at them again and pulled away two particular dragon scales on their backs, forcing them to return to their human forms. The following task would be much simpler. With his 150-meter-tall figure, Yang Kai could practically destroy the remaining opponents, who were below the 8th order, with little effort. After he helped Fu Ling defeat her opponent, the surroundings fell into silence. Yang Kai shifted his attention to the sea where his embodiment was still battling against another Dragon Clan member. Both parties seemingly evenly matched. The fact that his embodiment had awakened gave him a pleasant surprise. After all, his embodiment had been unconscious ever since he integrated with Hua's source in the ancient wildlands some time ago. Yang Kai didn't expect that his embodiment would awaken all of a sudden at this critical moment. Yang Kai had been keeping an eye on his embodiment since it absorbed Hua's source, and according to his calculations, his embodiment would only regain consciousness sometime in the future. Perhaps it had realized the situation Yang Kai was in somehow, allowing it to awaken early. Although it had woken up in advance, it didn't really matter. That was because Yang Kai could feel that his embodiment had completely integrated with Hua's source, which meant that his embodiment was now the divine spirit, Hua. After telling Zhu Qing something, Yang Kai prepared to go over to help his embodiment. But just then, a thunderous dragon roar rang out from the deepest part of Dragon Island. That dragon roar was unlike anything that Yang Kai had heard before. It sounded almost like a wail, as though the one who was roaring was about to pass on. When this dragon roar was heard, Zhu Qing and Fu Ling both turned pale at the same time as they turned to look in the direction it came from. Besides them, all the Dragon Clan members also turned to look in that direction. The dragon roar lasted for about a cup of tea worth of time before it stopped abruptly. The next moment, Yang Kai touched his cheek, for he could feel some liquid dripping onto his face. Looking up at the sky, he said with a frown, "Why is it raining when the weather is so lovely? The weather on Dragon Island is so strange." The sun was high above the sky while there were practically no clouds in sight. However, rain was now falling. Furthermore, it was torrential and turbulent rain. What shocked Yang Kai was that the rain seemed to contain some spirituality. "This isn't rain." Fu Ling had turned completely pale as she stared fixedly towards the origins of the previous dragon roar, subconsciously replying to Yang Kai upon hearing what he said as her tender body trembled uncontrollably. With a dark expression, Zhu Qing uttered, "It's fallen dragon rain." "What?" Yang Kai turned to look at Zhu Qing and frowned. He could feel that something serious must have happened. Otherwise, Zhu Qing wouldn't appear so solemn. "A Dragon Clan member has died." Zhu Qing turned to look at him with a face transformed by fear. Yang Kai was startled as his pupils contracted. "How do you know? Is it because of the dragon roar?" Although the dragon roar sounded sorrowful, it doesn't mean a Dragon Clan member has passed away, right? Maybe they were just severely injured. Above Dragon Island, rain was pouring down from the sky despite the lovely weather. The entire Dragon Island seemed to have fallen into silence as everyone was looking in a particular direction. Fu Ling gulped and uttered with difficulty, "When a Dragon Clan member passes away, they will turn into spirit rain. This is the fallen dragon rain." "Are you sure?" Yang Kai looked solemnly at Fu Ling. Fu Ling replied, "Absolutely." Zhu Qing nodded in agreement. "Indeed, a Dragon Clan member has passed away." Yang Kai's forehead was beaded with cold sweat. "No way! Who did it? Senior Jiufeng? Or Li Wuyi? Or Zhu Lai, that brat?" He was shocked after Zhu Qing concluded that a Dragon Clan member had fallen. Although he had fallen out with the Dragon Clan and even harmed some of them, the idea of killing any one of them had never crossed his mind. It didn't matter for him to fall out with the Dragon Clan, as they could just not meet each other for the rest of their lives. He had always loathed the Dragon Clan's haughty behavior, so he would rather not have any contact with them at all. However, if a dragon died because of him, that would be a different story. When that happened, not only would Zhu Qing be put in a tight spot, but a blood feud would also be formed between Yang Kai and the Dragon Clan. Given the Dragon Clan's power, he was still no match for them. If they went all out to hunt him down, there would be no place in the world where he could hide. Although Yang Kai had flared up and harmed some of the Dragon Clan's members, he had not killed any one of them. Even those who were harmed by him didn't suffer damage to their foundations. After breaking their blessing technique, Yang Kai simply stopped attacking them. If he wanted to leave with Zhu Qing, He had to showcase his power and capabilities. However, he also had to make sure that he didn't cross the line in whatever he did. While Yang Kai wanted to get the fury off his chest, he had to ensure that his actions would still be tolerated by the Dragon Clan in the end. However, now that line had been crossed because a Dragon Clan member had been killed. Who was the one reckless enough to kill a member of the Dragon Clan on Dragon Island? Are they sick of living? Yang Kai's expression turned serious in an instant as he was trying to figure out in his mind who the Dragon Slayer was. It's impossible for Zhu Lai to do it. He is from the Dragon Clan as well, so he wouldn't have the heart to kill his fellow clansmen. Furthermore, he probably doesn't have the power to do that. Zhu Feng probably couldn't do that either. Yang Kai remembered that she was going up against two opponents at the same time, so it would be good enough if she could defend herself. There was no way she could have killed a Dragon Clan member. What about Li Wuyi? The fourth elder is a ninth-order dragon after all, so it's not possible that he could be killed so easily. Could it be Lu Yen? Yang Kai's chest tightened when he thought of this possibility. If it was really Lu Yen who had done it, things would go really bad on this day. Just when Yang Kai was deep in his thoughts, Zhu Lai and the others had calmed down as well. All of them stopped fighting with one another and returned to their own sides as a myriad of expressions came over them. Zhou Feng caught some spirit rain with her hand as her expression suggested that she was taking pleasure in their misfortune. Who is it that has passed away? Apparently, she knew a thing or two about fallen dragon rain. As she shot a glance at the two dragons who were battling against her just now, she mocked them by saying, "Could it be Zhu Yan or Fu Zhuan?" Despite what she had just said, she knew that it wasn't possible. The great elder Zhu Yan and the second elder Fu Zhuan were as powerful as great emperors, so even the martial beast great emperor would be unable to kill them. But then who was it that actually killed a dragon? Just like Yang Kai, she was astonished deep down in her heart. She went through all the possible culprits in her mind, but she negated all her speculations in the end. While they had all calmed down, it was the same case in another battlefield. For people were standing in silence in front of the dragon grave. One of them was a burly man with thick arms and round waist who was clad in a dark red cloak. He appeared authoritative despite his calm expression. The aura wafting from his body was powerful enough to shake the heavens and earth and cause space to contort. There was an extremely weak woman in his embrace. Her face was completely pale as she snuggled up to the man's chest. Every breath she let out carried with it a pleasant fragrance, and her long eyelashes fluttered lightly. She appeared serene, as though it wouldn't matter even if it was the end of the world, as long as she could remain in this man's embrace. Upon closer look, it could be seen that beneath her serene facade, a sense of guilt was hidden. On the other hand, Zhu Yan and Fu Zhuan were standing not far away on both sides of the couple, still keeping a battle stance. The great elder was covered in a layer of green light, while the second elder was surrounded by her ice principles. Both of them were extremely wary of the man before their eyes. The man had a masculine face with a thick brow and a bright pair of eyes. As he panted slightly, it was apparent that he had expended a great deal of his energy. Upon seeing the spirit rain, though, he grinned suddenly and called out, "You two, I don't think I need to remind you what fallen dragon rain means. If you two keep fighting with me, I'm afraid all the members of your dragon clan will lose their lives one by one. When that happens, you two will be eternal sinners of the dragon clan. I don't think you want to be held responsible for that, do you?" The great elder and the second elder remained unperturbed. They had reached a cultivation realm where they could hardly be distracted by other things. Although it was an important matter that a dragon had passed away, they dared not lower their guard. Couldn't be helped, as this man before their eyes was one of the 10 great emperors, martial beast great emperor, Mo Huang. He was just as powerful as the two elders. Hence, if the elders were distracted or careless for even a moment, they might let the man before their eyes gain an advantage over them. It was a significant matter that a member of the Dragon Clan had lost their life, but the issue of Mo Huang barging into the dragon grave and trying to leave with this exiled dragon woman was equally important. TSK. Seeing that the two elders remained unfazed, Mo Huang couldn't help but spit disdainfully. Frustrated, he uttered, "Just tell me straight away how you want to settle this matter today. I'll consider it." The second elder replied dispassionately, "Release Fu Xian and never come to Dragon Island again. I'll let all of you from Spirit Beast Island leave safely." Mo Huang snorted. "Xianer and I are husband and wife who are deeply in love with one another. Why do you make it sound like I'm abducting her? All of you are stone-hearted people who follow your so-called rules blindly. You even threw Xianer into the dragon grave. However, I won't try to settle the score with you about this. Let me leave with Xianer, and I won't stop you from going over to settle the problems on Dragon Island." Fu Zhuan shook her head. Fu Xian is the Dragon Clan's fourth elder. She was born on Dragon Island, and she'll die in the dragon grave. You can't take her away. Mo Huang sneered. "I am going to take her away. You can try to stop me." Fu Zhuan coldly replied. "We'll have to settle it quickly then." As she spoke, the aura around her suddenly turned dangerous. Ignoring her, Mo Huang turned to look at Zhu Yan. "Great Elder, what do you think? If you want to make a move on me, I don't mind continuing the fight with you too. However, I'm worried that today will be the end of the Dragon Clan. All of you may have to go extinct." With a solemn expression, Zhu Yan sighed in silence. This was such an eventful day for the Dragon Clan. The series of changes happening on Dragon Island on this day was baffling. Although he had lived for many years, he had never seen anything like it before. First, Yang Kai, who possessed the ancestral dragon source, arrived at the wedding to snatch the bride. After that, the martial beast Great Emperor and the others from Spirit Beast Island broke into Dragon Island, and the latter even brought Fu Xian out of the dragon grave. Then, before any of these matters could even be settled, a Dragon Clan member had been killed. Although the Great Elder's cultivation was incredibly powerful, he still found the issues on this day thorny. It was as though all the problems he hadn't encountered in the past 10,000 years suddenly happened at the same time, so he was extremely exhausted. They could never ignore the fact that a Dragon Clan member had been killed. The number of Dragon Clan members had always been small, and a death had not happened for many years. Most importantly, Zhu Yan wasn't sure if the murderer still had the capability to kill other Dragon Clan members. If the Dragon Slayer still had the energy to slaughter other dragons, he had to immediately go over to deal with that person. Otherwise, the consequences would be dreadful. Nevertheless, they couldn't leave the matter at hand unattended either, so it was hard for him to make a decision. "Great Elder, are you set on making things difficult for me as well?" Mo Huang questioned sternly, apparently losing his patience. Zhu Yan raised his gaze and uttered, "Mo Huang, I have a proposal. Go on." Mo Huang arched his brow. "We'll put down the grudges with you for now." Fu Zhuan frowned upon hearing that, but she didn't rush to say anything. Mo Huang laughed heartily. "That's a great decision you've made." Zhu Yan continued, "However, you have to come with us." Mo Huang stopped laughing and stared seriously at Zhu Yan, as though he was trying to figure out if the Great Elder was pulling his leg. A moment later, he sneered, "Great Elder, are you out of your mind? A crisis has befallen Dragon Island, so naturally, I have to seize this chance and leave. After you two settle the problem, I won't be able to leave anymore. Please don't insult my intelligence." Zhu Yan shook his head. "If you don't agree with it, then I have no choice but to join forces with the second elder and capture you first." Mo Huang uttered, "I'm amazed by your confidence." After a sigh, Zhu Yan replied, "If you were alone, both the second elder and I wouldn't be able to stop you if you wanted to leave. However, you're bringing Fu Xian with you now, so there's no way you can utilize your full strength. You don't want her to get hurt, right?" Mo Huang's expression darkened when he heard that. Nevertheless, when he lowered his head to look at the woman in his embrace, his expression immediately turned gentler. Zhu Yan went on to say, "In return, I'll give you a chance. If you agree to my proposal, I'll communicate with the Dragon Temple one day and beg for the ancestors' mercy on Fu Xian's behalf. We'll see if she'll be granted a chance to leave the dragon grave." Mo Huang's gaze brightened when he heard that. "Are you serious?" Zhu Yan said, "I can only give it a try. It will all depend on the ancestors' attitude." Mo Huang nodded. "I believe you. It's a deal." Then, Zhu Yan looked inquisitively at him. Mo Huang turned to look at Fu Zhuan. That'll depend on the second elder's stance on it. Without uttering a word, Fu Zhuan suddenly turned into a beam of white light and headed in a particular direction, her actions speaking for themselves. She didn't agree to it, nor did she object to it explicitly. Obviously, it was a tacit approval. After all, it was the Great Elder's proposal, so she couldn't take a different position even if she didn't agree to it in her heart. Moreover, this suggestion was the best solution to their current predicament. Seeing that, Zhu Yan nodded at Mo Huang and turned into a beam of light before heading in that direction as well. The two Dragon Clan elders left just like this, because they knew that since Mo Huang had agreed to it, he would not go back on his word. After all, he was the martial beast Great Emperor. Moreover, it wouldn't matter even if he really went back on his word. Even if he could sneak out of Dragon Island with Fu Xian on this day, it wasn't like his Spirit Beast Island could be moved to a different location. If he really broke his promise, all the Dragon Clan members would visit Spirit Beast Island sometime in the future. That was why the two elders were not worried when they flew off. "Is it worth it for you to do this?" A gentle voice was heard asking as Fu Xian looked up at Mo Huang. His thick beard felt ticklish on her forehead, but she was yearning for this feeling, so she moved her forehead a little to rub his beard against her skin, as though she was trying to imprint this feeling in the deepest part of her soul. Despite Mo Huang's masculine face, he appeared gentle as he stroked her face and put on a smile. "No matter how beautiful the world is, you're the only one I love." Fu Xian's gaze brightened up when she heard that. Mo Huang grinned. "I heard Li Wu Yi, that brat, say this before, so I'm just borrowing his words." Fu Xian giggled. "So, those are Wu Yi's words." After a sigh, Mo Huang uttered, "I'm sorry for what you've had to endure all these years." Fu Xian shook her head and replied, "I had already expected this, and I deserved this kind of punishment. In any case, we've reunited today." In a serious manner, Mo Huang swore, "I'll never let you leave me again, but you'll have to go against all of Dragon Island." Fu Xian pressed her head against the man's broad chest. As she listened to his heartbeat, it was as though it was the most melodious music in the world, and despite her words, the smile on her face suggested that she was truly happy. Mo Huang snorted, "The day we met, I was already prepared to oppose Dragon Island. At the time when they chanced upon each other, they were both young and free-spirited." At first glance, Mo Huang could recognize that the arrogant-looking woman was a Dragon Clan member, and as the martial beast Great Emperor, whose Tao was that of beast taming, he had conquered many in this world, but he had never tamed a dragon before. As his mind was filled with this thought, he couldn't control his urge anymore. Repeatedly, he tried to approach her, forcefully at times. Eventually, he managed to subdue her, but he didn't expect that he could never free himself from her after having a taste of her gentleness. Since then, grudges that were unknown to the outside world had been formed between the Dragon Clan and him. As he reminisced about the past, he put on a warm smile and thought that it was the wisest decision he had ever made. "How is Xiaoqi now?" Fu Xian suddenly asked. "She's grown up now, but she's still acting like a spoiled child. You should go back to Spirit Beast Island with me to discipline her." Fu Xian questioned. "She hasn't found out about her identity, right?" Mo Huang shook his head. "I haven't told her about it." That girl has been giving me some trouble recently though." "What happened?" Fu Xian was shocked. After all, that was her own daughter. Although she had never met her daughter after giving birth to her, they were still mother and daughter, so naturally Fu Xian was concerned about her. "She's been longing for a certain brat recently," Mo Huang replied with a dark expression. Fu Xian was startled for a moment before she burst out laughing. "What are you laughing at?" Fu Xian stopped laughing and explained, "Well, Xiaoqi has already come of age, so it's expected that she'd be fond of one or two boys." Mo Huang shook his head repeatedly. No, she's still too young, so she shouldn't even think about such things yet." Fu Xian said gently, "Although I'm her mother, I have never had the chance to discipline her. You're right to be concerned about her, but make sure that you won't make her hate you because of this." Mo Huang was stunned. "She'll hate me because of that brat?" Fu Xian pressed her lips together and smiled. I don't know. She's grown up now, and women are generally more outgoing. Mo Huang's expression darkened when he heard that. All of a sudden, he became worried about his daughter. All right, we should go over to have a look now. With a frown, Mo Huang said, We'd better not go. We'll just have a chat here until the two old farts are done settling their problems. Fu Xian looked up at him. Please bring me there to have a look. They're my fellow clansmen, after all. Mo Huang could never say no to her whenever she pleaded with him. So he immediately nodded. All right. Since you've said so, we'll go over now. He paused for a moment and smiled. If we're lucky, we might even see that brat. Upon finishing his words, he carried Fu Xian up and flew towards the sky. Fu Xian was startled for a moment before she grasped the meaning behind his words. You mean, the boy Xiaoqi is fond of is on Dragon Island as well? And it's thanks to him that I was able to sneak into this place without anyone noticing. Mo Huang nodded his head. If it weren't because Yang Kai had made a scene on Dragon Island and attracted the attention of Zhu Yan and Fu Zhuan, Mo Huang would not have been able to sneak into this place unnoticed. Normally, if he were to enter Dragon Island, Zhu Yan and Fu Zhuan would immediately discover him. Is he a member of the Dragon Clan? Fu Xian frowned. She was a Dragon Clan member herself, so she knew that those male dragons were all promiscuous people. If her daughter had fallen in love with a male dragon, things would become thorny. No, he's not a dragon. He's human. Mo Huang shook his head and replied, A human? Fu Xian was puzzled. How did a human enter Dragon Island? What is he here for? Mo Huang pursed his lips and uttered, He's here to snatch a bride. Fu Xian was shocked, and after she pestered him about it for a while, she finally found out what crazy things Yang Kai had done on Dragon Island. At that moment, she was astounded and thought that this young man was far too rash and brazen. However, after a change of thought, she realized that this boy called Yang Kai was in a similar situation as Mo Huang. Both of them were humans, and they had both married dragon women. Naturally, the Dragon Clan was against their marriages, so they were forced to go against the Dragon Clan. At that instant, Fu Xian felt sympathetic towards Yang Kai. Mo Huang was one of the 10 great emperors, but even he couldn't bring Fu Xian out of Dragon Island at that time. Certainly, Yang Kai couldn't do that either. This love story between a human and a dragon was bound to have a tragic ending, as the Dragon Clan's obstinacy was legendary. Oh! All of a sudden, a figure shot up from the sea, which attracted the attention of Yang Kai and the others. Upon a closer look, the embodiment had shrunk to become as tall as an ordinary human again. Steam was rising from its body as it flew towards the sky. Zhu Qing and Fu Ling sized it up in shock and wondered where this thing had come from. However, the divine spirit aura on the stone man was conspicuous, so they immediately recognized that it was a Shihua. What shocked them was that Yang Kai's aura also lingered on this Shihua. If they scanned the stone man with divine sense instead of looking at it with their eyes, they would have thought that it was Yang Kai. In a doubtful manner, Zhu Qing turned to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai uttered gently, He's with me. His embodiment was a combination of his soul clone and a stone spirit. Although it had integrated with Shihua's source and become the divine spirit Shihua, it had not changed fundamentally. It had been battling a Dragon Clan member earlier, but it was now returning to this place alone. Apparently, its opponent had fled, but none of them were certain what the outcome of the battle was. Just when Yang Kai was about to ask this question, he was rooted to the spot upon hearing what the embodiment said. Wu Kuang is here. Yang Kai asked in shock. How do you know? Zhu Qing asked with a frown. Wu Kuang? Which Wu Kuang? Fu Ling said with a smile. Who is that? Why does he share the same name as Heaven-Devouring Great Emperor? Heaven-Devouring Great Emperor was a legend. More than 20,000 years had passed since his fall, but no one had surpassed him in terms of achievements and power. That was why even the haughty Dragon Clan members still remembered this name and were wary of him. The embodiment replied, I wasn't supposed to wake up today. I was awakened by a special force. What kind of force? A resonance from my cultivation technique. Upon hearing that, Yang Kai was finally able to connect the dots. His embodiment's cultivation technique was the heaven-devouring battle law, which was a secret art created by Wu Kuang. In the past, heaven-devouring Great Emperor had no equal in this world because of this secret art. During the Great Emperor War, he had even managed to kill a number of great emperors despite being completely outnumbered. If there was anyone in this world who could sense Wu Kuang's presence, it was the embodiment. It was no wonder the embodiment would awaken in advance. It wasn't that Yang Kai's calculations were wrong, but a special circumstance had taken place. Why is he on Dragon Island? If he's here, does it mean that Senior Duan has come as well? After the battle in the Shattered Star Sea, the souls of Wu Kuang and Duan Hongchan were forced to coexist in one body. After that, in the Divine Ascension Mirror of Azure Sun Temple, Wu Kuang took control of the body and fled from the temple. No trace of him had appeared since then. Yang Kai had never expected that Wu Kuang would come to Dragon Island. As he thought about it, his chest tightened all of a sudden. The reason the embodiment could sense Wu Kuang's presence was that Wu Kuang must have used his heaven-devouring battle law. It was impossible for Wu Kuang to use his secret art for no reason. When Yang Kai recalled the sight of the fallen dragon Rain earlier, a horrifying idea sprang into his mind. Yang Kai turned to look in a particular direction and yelled, "Damn it! Come with me!" Upon finishing his words, he flew off in that direction. While in the air, cracking sounds could be heard from all over his body as he returned to his original form. After they flew off, all the remaining Dragon Clan members, who had been defeated, traded glances with each other before they raced after them. Wu Kuang had arrived on Dragon Island and even used his heaven-devouring battle law. On top of that, a Dragon Clan member had died, so the possibility it was Wu Kuang's doing was high. He possessed the foundation and heritage of the strongest great emperor in history, so if he wasn't stopped immediately, no one knew how much damage he would inflict here. Yang Kai didn't care about the Dragon Clan's safety, but Lu Yen and Zhou Feng were over there. If they came across Wu Kuang, they might not be able to deal with him. In just a short moment, Yang Kai had returned to the previous battlefield, and upon closer inspection, he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Lu Yen and Zhou Feng were fine, while the Dragon Clan members, who were battling against them, had stopped as they gathered together with dark expressions on their faces. Apparently, the fall of a Dragon Clan member had dealt an unimaginable blow to them, so they were not in the mood to keep fighting. Furthermore, all the Dragon Clan members in this place were unharmed, which meant that Wu Kuang didn't make a move here. Seeing Yang Kai, Lu Yen hurriedly flew towards him. Yang Kai stroked her head and asked with care, "Are you hurt?" Lu Yen shook her head. She had learned a great deal from this battle. After all, it was hard to have a chance to fight with a member of the Dragon Clan. After this battle, her strength and experience had increased significantly. "Brat, did you do it?" Zhou Feng looked at Yang Kai and asked with a frown. If Yang Kai was the one who killed a Dragon Clan member, he was doomed, which was why Zhou Feng couldn't help but ask him about it. Yang Kai shook his head. "It wasn't me." Zhou Feng asked curiously, "Who was it then? Did Zhu Yan or Fu Zhuan really? Never mind." She turned to look in a different direction, where two beams of lights, one green and one white, were approaching at incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, they landed on the ground in front of everyone. They were none other than Zhu Yan and Fu Zhuan. The expressions of the two elders were grim. Right after Fu Zhuan appeared, she swept a glance over Yang Kai and Zhou Feng before asking coldly, "Who was it?" "Second elder, we're fine." Fu Qi stepped forward and cupped his fists before replying to her. Fu Ling hurriedly reported, "We're fine as well." Fu Zhuan frowned upon hearing that. Zhu Yan swept a glance over the dragons and noted, "Fourth elder and Fu Qi are not here." There were only a small number of Dragon Clan members, so it was easy for Zhu Yan to count them and find out who was missing. Zhu Kong wasn't there because he had been dragged into the void by Li Wuyi. Given Zhu Kong's strength, though, he wouldn't be put in a disadvantageous position when going up against Li Wuyi. Then, the only possibility now was that Fu Qi had passed away. Zhu Yan's expression darkened when he thought of this. Fu Qi was an 8th Order Thunder Dragon, so he was quite highly ranked among the dragons on Dragon Island. If he were the one who had passed away, the dragon clan would have suffered a great loss. Fu Qi had already been wounded by Yang Kai earlier, so his power must have dropped. Still, on Dragon Island, who could have the capability to kill an 8th Order Thunder Dragon besides those already here? That was what puzzled Zhu Yan. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai cupped his fists and uttered, "Great Elder, there's something I need to tell you." Zhu Yan wasn't fond of Yang Kai because he was the one who had caused all these troubles. Although he had nothing to do with Mo Huang's appearance, he was the one who had turned Dragon Island upside down. The reason they didn't discover the fact that Mo Huang had broken into Dragon Island was because Yang Kai had distracted them. That was why Mo Huang had managed to barge into the Dragon Grave and break the Dragon Clan's rules. As a temperate man, though, the Great Elder kept his emotions in check and nodded slightly upon hearing that. "What is it?" With a serious expression, Yang Kai replied, "Wu Kuang might have come to Dragon Island." "Wu Kuang?" Zhu Yan frowned. "Which Wu Kuang?" Yang Kai uttered. "Is there another Wu Kuang in this world?" Zhu Yan turned pale in an instant. "You mean the heaven-devouring Great Emperor?" Upon hearing that, everyone gulped as they turned to look at Yang Kai in shock, as though they were trying to figure out if he had gone mad. Not many people were aware of the name Wu Kuang, but the title Heaven-Devouring Great Emperor was known to all. Even Zhu Qing gazed at Yang Kai in disbelief. Fu Zhuan snarled, "Stop spouting nonsense. It has been tens of thousands of years since Wu Kuang died. So how is it possible that he'd appear on Dragon Island? How dare you lie to us?" She was already resentful of Yang Kai prior to his appearance here today, and with a Dragon Clan member dead, she was in an extremely bad mood, so it was no wonder that she spoke harshly to him. With a calm expression, Yang Kai replied, "Wu Kuang isn't dead." Zhu Yan and Fu Zhuan were startled upon hearing that. While Zhu Yan shook his head repeatedly, Fu Zhuan snorted as she obviously didn't believe him. Yang Kai was exasperated at their attitude. He was just trying to tell them what he knew without any ulterior motives. He didn't expect the Dragon Clan to be grateful to him, but they shouldn't appear so disdainful. Displeased by the two elders' attitude, Yang Kai stopped trying to explain himself. The dragon who died had nothing to do with him anyway. His most important task at hand was to leave Dragon Island with Zhu Qing and the others without being stopped by Zhu Yan and Fu Zhuan. "Heh, he's not spouting nonsense." After a clear voice was heard speaking, a burly man suddenly landed on the ground with a pale woman in his embrace. Pleasantly surprised, Zhu Qing looked at that woman and called out, "Third Elder!" The other dragons also stared at Fu Xian with conflicted gazes as they greeted her. Fu Xian turned to look at Zhu Qing and nodded at her with a lethargic smile. After that, she shifted her attention to Yang Kai and sized him up. Yang Kai happened to be gazing at her as well, and when their eyes met, he couldn't help but be startled. "Mo Xiaoqi? Why is she here?" But the next moment, Yang Kai realized that he was mistaken. Although this woman looked similar to Mo Xiaoqi, she had a very different air about her. This woman appeared more mature than Mo Xiaoqi. If Mo Xiaoqi was like a bud, then this woman was like a blooming flower who was more charming than Mo Xiaoqi. Most importantly, this woman did not have a butterfly mark on her face. The butterfly mark on Mo Xiaoqi's face was a seal, not a birthmark like Yang Kai thought it was initially. It was a life-saving technique that the martial beast Great Emperor had cast on her. Some time ago in the Shattered Star Sea, after breaking the seal, Mo Xiaoqi almost went berserk. In the end, it was Zhang Ruoxi's blood that managed to return her to her senses by sealing the divine spirit which was implanted in her again. Therefore, this woman wasn't Mo Xiaoqi. Perhaps she was Mo Xiaoqi's relative or even her elder sister. However, Yang Kai was puzzled upon hearing how Zhu Qing and the others addressed her, so he wondered about the nature of her relationship with Mo Xiaoqi. What puzzled Yang Kai the most, though, was the way this woman was looking at him. It was as though she was examining and evaluating him. Is she the Dragon Clan's third elder? Yang Kai was too embarrassed to continue meeting eyes with her, so he looked away and spoke to Zhu Qing using divine sense. "Yes." Then the one holding her. "He is the martial beast Great Emperor Mo Huang." Upon hearing her reply, Yang Kai was flabbergasted. He reckoned that this man must be very powerful when the latter arrived at this place just now, but he didn't expect this man to be the martial beast Great Emperor. He had never met the martial beast Great Emperor before, so he didn't know what the latter looked like. He had only tried to imagine the martial beast Great Emperor's appearance through Mo Xiaoqi's face. However, this man in front of his eyes was vastly different from his imagination. So, he's the martial beast Great Emperor, the one who can control all beasts in this world. As soon as he gives the order, no beast will dare to disobey him. He's one of the 10 great emperors. With this thought in mind, Yang Kai suddenly realized something. With an awkward expression, he spoke to Zhu Qing in her mind. Has Senior Martial Beast come to Dragon Island because of the Third Elder? Zhu Qing replied, yes. In fact, their situation is quite similar to ours. Yang Kai wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead and uttered, did the Third Elder get thrown into the dragon grave just because of this? Zhu Qing nodded and replied, the main issue was that Third Elder conceived a child with Senior Martial Beast. Without that child, Second Elder wouldn't have exiled her to the dragon grave. After all, she was a Ninth Order dragon. The Second Elder thought that there was still hope of her turning back, so she kept persuading her to break relations with Senior Martial Beast. However, after the child was born, everything became different. Yang Kai uttered, dazed. So, Xiaoqi's mother is a member of the Dragon Clan. Without the need to ask anything more, Yang Kai knew who the child of the Third Elder and Mo Huang was. There was only one little princess on Spirit Beast Island, the Martial Beast Great Emperor's only daughter, Mo Xiaoqi. It was no wonder that this woman looked so similar to Mo Xiaoqi. They were mother and daughter, after all. What did you just say? Zhu Qing turned to look at him. With a serious expression, Yang Kai said, don't worry. Even if we have a child of our own, I won't let them send you into the dragon grave. Zhu Qing blushed and stopped pursuing the matter. It was extremely difficult for a human and a dragon to bear a child of their own. The martial beast Great Emperor and Fu Xian had been deeply in love with one another for more than 1,000 years. But they had only managed to conceive Mo Xiaoqi in recent years, which went to show how difficult it was. During those 1,000 years, the other dragon clan members had always been against their relationship. However, since Martial Beast Great Emperor was involved, they couldn't move too openly. They only made the final decision after Mo Xiaoqi was born. At that time, the Dragon Clan went all out and stormed into Spirit Beast Island. Although Mo Huang wanted to resist, in order to settle the situation peacefully, Fu Xian decided to follow her fellow clansmen back to Dragon Island. Naturally, Mo Huang had chased after them, but he was eventually forced out of Dragon Island since he was only one man. After that, he had been constantly planning and waiting for the right moment to act. While Zhu Qing and Yang Kai were communicating with each other in secret, Zhu Yan and Fu Zhuan turned to stare at Mo Huang in shock, thinking that they must have heard it wrong. Mo Huang sneered. The Dragon Clan is really a conservative and self-centered bunch who never bother to learn about the outside world. That's why you think that everyone would lie to you. What do you mean? Fu Zhuan stared coldly at him. Zhu Yan knitted his eyebrows together. You mean, Wu Kuang is really still alive? Mo Huang replied. And he's been reborn. What? Zhu Yan and Fu Zhuan turned ashen at the same time, while the other Dragon Clan members were astonished. How reliable is this news? Zhu Yan stared solemnly at Mo Huang. If what the latter said was true, the world would go through a huge change soon. The Dragon Clan had participated in the Great Emperor War in the past, with Zhu Yan even being present personally. Only those who had dealt with Wu Kuang before knew how terrifying the heaven-devouring Great Emperor truly could be. Mo Huang went on to explain. I spoke to him personally just over a year ago. How accurate do you think this news is? You spoke with him? Zhu Yan frowned as he didn't understand what Mo Huang meant. As far as he was concerned, the heaven-devouring Great Emperor wasn't one to sit down and chat. Moreover, there were supposed to be deep grudges between the martial beast Great Emperor and him. How was it possible that they could communicate peacefully with each other instead of fighting the moment they met? In an impatient manner, Mo Huang uttered, Wu Kuang's situation is a little special. He'd been hiding in the source sea of the Shattered Star Sea in an attempt to collect blood essence and build a new body so that he could be reborn. In fact, he almost succeeded. However, at the most critical moment, Duan Hongchen broke into that place and fought against him. Both of them were severely wounded in the end. Wu Kuang did not obtain a new body as he planned, but he did manage to occupy half of Duan Hongchen's body instead. Duan Hongchen is involved in this? Mo Huang explained. After they left the Shattered Star Sea, old Duan began looking for ways to seal Wu Kuang's soul. He went to Serene Soul Palace, but even that old man did not have a solution. After he left, they came to look for me on Spirit Beast Island. That was how I found out what happened. Spirit Beast Island and Serene Soul Palace were both in the Eastern Territory, so it wouldn't take much time to travel between them. Even that person from Serene Soul Palace had no solution? Zhu Yan was surprised. Besides the master of Serene Soul Palace, no one else could be said to have studied and understood the soul as deeply or thoroughly. If even he couldn't solve the problem Duan Hongchen was facing, who else in this world could? Wu Kuang is very much still alive. Mo Huang looked disdainfully at the two elders. All of you should go out more often and learn about the outside world. In reality, only a tiny number of people in this world knew what happened with Wu Kuang and Duan Hongchen. So, even if the Dragon Clan members really left their island, they might not be able to get wind of this news. The fact that Wu Kuang had been reborn sent shockwaves across the Dragon Clan, rendering them speechless for a long time. Just then, a figure appeared on the horizon, flying over from afar in an unstable manner. Looking like an intoxicated bee, the person appeared quite weak as he flailed through the air, like he would fall into the sea at any moment. Everyone turned to look at him with doubtful gazes. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly after he recognized who the person was. Zhu Qing uttered curiously, "It's Li Jiao." With a pale face, Li Jiao suddenly spat a mouthful of blood. Upon seeing Yang Kai in the distance, he anxiously called out to him, as though he had met his long-lost family member, Palace Master Yang. Yang Kai hurriedly went over and supported his weight before checking on him. Upon making sure that he wasn't at risk of losing his life, Yang Kai spoke to him using divine sense. "Is Fu Qi dead?" "Yes." Yang Kai's expression changed. "Did you kill him?" Li Jiao shook his head. He wanted to kill Fu Qi, but he was no match for him in the end. If that unwelcome guest hadn't barged into that place at the most critical moment, he would have lost his life by now. Although Li Jiao understood the consequences of killing a member of the Dragon Clan, the situation he was in did not allow him to think things through. As he thought about what Lu Sanyang had suffered through over the years, he knew that he could only get revenge for her by killing Fu Qi. It was Wu Chun. He killed Fu Qi, Li Jiao uttered. Wu Chun. Yang Kai's expression turned awkward when he heard that. How could it be him? Yang Kai could now set his mind at ease upon learning that it wasn't Li Jiao who had killed Fu Qi. However, he still couldn't believe what Li Jiao had said. When he was certain that Fu Qi was dead, only two possibilities came into his mind. First, Li Jiao suddenly experienced a surge of power and managed to slay him. If that was the case, Li Jiao shouldn't even dream about leaving Dragon Island. Perhaps even his Fire Dragon Palace would be destroyed as well. However, Yang Kai was doubtful this was possible. The reason he allowed Li Jiao to race after Fu Qi at that time was that he knew that given Li Jiao's cultivation, it was impossible for him to kill Fu Qi. The most Li Jiao could do was to fight with Fu Qi to vent his anger. It would be unrealistic to think that Li Jiao could really kill Fu Qi. The second possibility was that Wu Kuang had killed Fu Qi. That was far more likely, and perhaps the only possibility. However, what Li Jiao just told him was beyond his imagination. It was Wu Chun who killed Fu Qi. Yang Kai had always felt that something was off about Wu Chun, so he had been wary of him. However, for the past month, Wu Chun had never shown any sign of hostility towards him. Instead, he had offered him help a number of times. What concerned Yang Kai was the way Wu Chen's cultivation had strangely broken through. Initially, Wu Chun was just a second-order emperor, but 1 month later, he had become a third-order emperor. Although it was just a difference of a minor realm, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens for most cultivators. Yang Kai did not know how Wu Chen got the opportunity to achieve this breakthrough, but he just felt that the latter was more complicated than he appeared to be. Who is Wu Chen? Fu Zhuan suddenly questioned. Li Jiao uttered the last sentence directly instead of using divine sense, and everyone in that place had incredible cultivation, so naturally, they could hear what he had said clearly. Now, they were certain that Fu Qi had passed away. Upon finding out the culprit's name, naturally, the Dragon Clan members wanted to know more about Wu Chen. After Fu Zhuan pressed him with her dragon pressure, Li Jiao spurted out blood again, looking like he was about to lose his life. Yang Kai immediately stood in front of him and replied, "He's a human from Half-Dragon City." Fu Zhuan snarled, "How did a lowly human manage to kill a member of the Dragon Clan?" She suddenly stared at Li Jiao and narrowed her eyes. Fu Qi's blood aura still lingers on his body. "You must be lying. It was you who killed him." Li Jiao hurriedly shook his head. "It wasn't me. It was really Wu Chen. Although I fought with Fu Qi, in the end, I wasn't able to do anything to him. In fact, he was just about to kill me when Wu Chen suddenly appeared out of nowhere and used some strange secret technique to instantly subdue Fu Qi. How is this Wu Chen so powerful?" Zhu Yan was shocked by these words. It was almost impossible to instantly subdue an 8th-order thunder dragon. How could there be such a master hidden in Half-Dragon City? After giving it a thought, Zhu Yan uttered solemnly, "Tell us everything in detail. If you tell a single lie, your life will be forfeit." Although Li Jiao appeared battered, he remained calm and collected, so he didn't look like he was lying. After nodding slightly, Li Jiao began to arrange his thoughts. Yang Kai gently grabbed Li Jiao's wrist and directed his Emperor Qi into the latter's body. After Li Jiao recovered a little, he shot Yang Kai a grateful glance before he began narrating the story. He did not try to hide anything as he told them how he followed Fu Qi to the deserted Spirit Island and went all out to kill him. He also told them how Wu Chen appeared out of nowhere suddenly, and the transformation of Wu Chen's body as well as the wild swings in his personality. After I fled from that place, I heard Fu Qi's screams. Following that, rain started falling from the sky even though there were no clouds above. Although I'm just a dragonborn, I know a thing or two about fallen dragon rain, so that's why I was certain Fu Qi had died, and the person who killed him was Wu Chen. Naturally, he was gleeful that Fu Qi was killed, even though he wasn't the one who killed him. Nevertheless, Li Jiao had dealt some serious damage to Fu Qi using his desperation attacks, allowing him to vent some of his anger. It would have been quite difficult for Wu Chen to end Fu Qi's life if not for Li Jiao's prior assault. Taking that into consideration, he had contributed to Fu Qi's death. In other words, he had personally gotten his revenge. Although he knew that Wu Chen was dangerous, Li Jiao still felt grateful to him. After everyone heard his story, a myriad of expressions came over them. With a solemn expression, Yang Kai uttered, "You mean, both his appearance and temperament changed? Wu Chen, Wu Chen, Wu Chen, Wu Kuang and Duan Hong Chen." Wu Chen was just an alias, a simple combination of Wu Kuang and Duan Hong Chen's names, which was perfect for them. After all, these two great emperors now shared the same body, so it was apt that they had made an alias by combining their names. Upon realizing this, Yang Kai put on a bitter smile. No matter how imaginative he was, it was impossible for him to associate Wu Chen and the two great emperors. After all, Wu Chen didn't show any demeanor that resembled that of a great emperor, not to mention that he was extremely thin and he looked like a monkey. All in all, he looked nothing like either of those two great emperors. Now, it seemed that Wu Kuang had obtained full control of the body, and Duan Hongchen had been suppressed. Yang Kai wondered how Wu Kuang had managed to do that. As he thought about it, Yang Kai became shocked all of a sudden. He recalled that 500 of them were recruited to this place to build the palace, but 1 month later, only about 300 were left. What's more, most of those who had gone missing were Emperor Realm Masters. Yang Kai didn't think too hard about what had happened to them, for their life or death had nothing to do with him. However, upon realizing Wu Chen's identity, he now knew what their fate was. Wu Kuang must have devoured them. Now, there was a reasonable explanation for the fact that Wu Chen's power had increased significantly in just 1 month. He was the legendary heaven-devouring great emperor who had created the heaven-devouring battle law. Judging from how the embodiment cultivated the heaven-devouring battle law, Yang Kai understood that those cultivators must have become the food for Wu Kuang's growth. Since Yang Kai could figure out Wu Chen's identity naturally, Mo Huang, Zhu Yan, and the others could do the same. Mo Huang had just said that Wu Kuang and Duan Hongchan were now living in the same body, which verified what Li Jiao said about Wu Chen's personality swings. Now, everyone realized the severity of the situation. Fu Zhuan immediately extended her hand towards Li Jiao and uttered, "Come with me." All the Dragon Clan members were shocked that Wu Kuang had killed a dragon. But now, the most important thing for them was to find out Wu Kuang's whereabouts. He had snuck into Dragon Island and even pretended to be a lowly human, so it was impossible that he was just here to kill a dragon. In order to look for Wu Kuang, they had to bring Li Jiao with them. Only he knew the location where Wu Kuang had made the move that caused Fu Qi's death. When Li Jiao saw Fu Zhuan's fair hand extend towards him, he became rooted to the spot as the Emperor Qi in his body stopped running entirely. He was barely even able to breathe. He was like an inexperienced rabbit that was stunned on the spot when a falcon was coming at him with sharp claws. It was then he came to realize just how massive the gap between the Dragon Clan's second elder and him was. Even with his prided third-order Emperor realm cultivation, it only took an instant for him to be utterly suppressed. His already pale face turned a shade whiter at that moment. Just then, cracking sounds could be heard as Yang Kai turned his hand into a dragon claw and, ignoring the hindrance of space, he reached for Fu Zhuan's fair hand. As soon as he started moving, the embodiment made a move as well by attempting to land a fist on Fu Zhuan's cheek. The attack appeared forceful and ruthless. Right then, a phantom flashed across Yang Kai's eyes as he felt a forceful thump on his chest, upon which he was sent flying backwards for more than hundreds of meters before he spat a mouthful of blood. Then, as if struck by lightning, the embodiment stiffened and directly fell into the sea. Shocked, Zhu Qing hurriedly flew towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai covered his chest with his hand and raised his gaze, only to see that Li Jiao had been picked up by Fu Zhuan as though he was a chicken. Then, she leapt into the air and flew in a particular direction. Seeing that, the other Dragon Clan members hurriedly followed her. Yang Kai clenched his teeth and cursed at Fu Zhuan. Although he knew that he was no match for someone as strong as a great emperor, he couldn't stay put when Fu Zhuan made a move against Li Jiao. Despite the difference in their powers, he had to show her that he was unyielding. It was only because Fu Zhuan didn't want to waste time on him that she simply pushed him out of the way. Otherwise, he would have suffered a more severe injury. "You're quite bold." Mo Huang shot Yang Kai a glance, but it wasn't certain whether what he just said was praise or mockery. It wasn't until this moment that he finally took the time to observe Yang Kai. For some reason, he wasn't fond of him. In fact, he was aware of the reason, but he just didn't want to acknowledge it. If it weren't because Mo Xiaoqi had been longing for this brat, Mo Huang would have thought that this young man was a rising star worthy of praise. After all, no other young First-Order Emperor would have the guts to break into Dragon Island, let alone the ability to turn the place upside down. Zhu Yan remained on the same spot as he looked past the void that was hundreds of meters away and gazed at Yang Kai and Zhu Qing, who were standing together. Then he uttered, "Both of you, come with us." He couldn't let Yang Kai and Zhu Qing stay in this place because he was worried that Yang Kai might seize the chance and flee from Dragon Island. The Dragon Clan couldn't accept such an outcome. It had been an eventful day for the Dragon Clan already, but if Yang Kai managed to end everything by abducting a dragon woman who was qualified to be an elder, the Dragon Clan would lose what face it had left. With a livid expression, Yang Kai stared at Zhu Yan and uttered, "What if I refuse?" There were only two choices for him now. First, he would agree to Zhu Yan's suggestion and follow him, but for all intents and purposes that meant they would be under surveillance. Second, he would fight with Zhu Yan now and settle the issue by force. Nevertheless, Yang Kai didn't think he would end up being the winner. He wasn't even an equal match for Fu Zhuan, not to mention that Zhu Yan, who was a rank above the second elder. He was the Dragon Clan's great elder, so even if Yang Kai used everything at his disposal, he would still not stand a chance against him. Zhu Yan shook his head slowly. "You will agree. I'm your senior, so I'm not willing to bully you." Frustrated, Yang Kai felt a bitter taste in his mouth. Anyway, Li Jiao had been taken away by Fu Zhuan, so he didn't think he should leave him behind. As his friend, he was supposed to go over there and see what the outcome would be. Boy, just go with them. Mo Huang will take care of you. The corners of Mo Huang's eyes twitched when he heard what Fu Xian said. Since she had said so, Yang Kai decided to agree. Nodding gently, he replied, "Many thanks, Third Elder. We'll go over to have a look together." Then, in response, Fu Xian flashed a smile at him. Zhu Yan turned to look at Mo Huang and uttered, "Shouldn't you make them stop now?" Without saying anything, Mo Huang pushed out a fist in silence, upon which a layer of ripples was formed in the air as it spread to the front. The next moment, sounds of things breaking could be heard as two figures appeared out of nowhere all of a sudden. They were none other than Li Wuyi and Zhu Kong. Both of them appeared to be fine. It wasn't certain how they fought with each other just now, but no one could tell who the winner was by just looking at their appearances. After the space divine ability was broken, Li Wuyi and Zhu Kong immediately widened their gap as they looked doubtfully at Mo Huang and Zhu Yan respectively, wondering what was going on outside the void. "We'll talk about it on our way there." Zhu Yan turned around and leapt into the air. After a frown, Zhu Kong followed him. "Let's go," Mo Huang uttered. Just like this, all of them headed for that particular spirit island. On their way there, Zhu Kong and Li Wuyi were informed of what just happened. Zhu Kong's expression darkened as he had never expected that just 1 hour after he entered the void, a dragon had lost his life. Furthermore, the famous heaven-devouring great emperor was involved in this matter. Li Wuyi appeared equally shocked as he continued chatting with Zhu Feng. World energy was abundant on this particular spirit island, while traces of the battle had been left behind, but those traces were mainly formed during the battle between Li Jiao and Fu Qi. The other dragon clan members were already investigating this place. With an agonized expression, Li Jiao appeared fearful as he was surrounded by a few dragon clan members. "Have you found anything?" Zhu Yan flew towards Fu Zhuan and landed beside her. "Fu Qi did indeed lose his life here. Where's Wu Kuang?" "There's no trace of him." Zhu Yan nodded. After slaying a dragon, there was no way Wu Kuang would stay in the same place. "Find him," Zhu Yan snorted, as he was incensed. Earlier, he wasn't really angry when Yang Kai tried to snatch the bride. He also wasn't furious when Mo Huang broke into the dragon grave and brought Fu Xian out of it. However, what Wu Kuang had done had obviously crossed the line for the dragon clan. He who slew a dragon must be killed in the cruelest way possible. Fu Zhuan nodded and parted her lips, upon which the abstruse dragon language could be heard. As she rapidly performed different hand seals, it was apparent that she was using a secret technique to find Wu Kuang's whereabouts through the traces left behind. Fu Qi had passed away not long ago, so Wu Kuang couldn't have fled from Dragon Island even with his incredible capabilities. In other words, he must be somewhere on Dragon Island, just concealing himself. While Fu Zhuan was using her secret technique to find where Wu Kuang was, Mo Huang didn't just stand idly by. There were many grudges between the Dragon Clan and him, and he even hoped that all the Dragon Clan members would go to hell. However, since the heaven-devouring Great Emperor was involved in this, he couldn't stay put and do nothing. If the Heaven-Devourer managed to flee from this place, the entire star boundary would be plunged into chaos. Although Spirit Beast Island would still be safe outwardly, Mo Huang couldn't avoid his responsibilities. No one knew better than the great emperors about how horrendous Wu Kuang could be. His presence was like a plague that slowly consumed this world. Just then, a small snowy white beast snuck out from Mo Huang's sleeve. It looked like a combination of a mink and a fox, so it was hard to tell what species it was. The beast was only about the size of a palm, and its fur was a brilliant white. It was darting its gaze about at the moment, and after landing on the ground, it started sniffing around. Zhu Yan didn't try to stop it when he saw it. Instead, he decided to have a chat with Mo Huang. "Brother Mo, why do you think Wu Kuang would sneak into Dragon Island and kill a Dragon Clan member despite knowing that his identity would be exposed?" They were battling against each other not long ago, but now they looked like they had been good friends for many years. The sudden change in attitude didn't look strange. Instead, it was all quite natural. Dispassionately, Mo Huang replied. I'm not Wu Kuang, so how would I know what tricks he has up his sleeves? Great Elder, don't you think you're asking the wrong person? In fact, he did not understand what was going on either. Wu Kuang was an infamous man who was a common enemy of everyone in Star Boundary. Since he had managed to stay alive and even take control of Duan Hongchen's body, supposedly he should have gone into hiding. Given the special characteristics of his heaven-devouring battle law, it would only take him a few hundred years to restore his power to its peak. If he waited a few hundred years, he would become the most powerful person in the Star Boundary again. Unless a new Great Emperor War was launched, no one in this world would have the ability to deter him. Zhu Yan nodded slightly and stopped talking. As they spoke, Yang Kai and the others finally arrived at this place. Seeing him, all the Dragon Clan members glowered at him, especially those who had fought with him before. With 7 dragons going against 1 man, they were supposed to win the battle with ease and make Yang Kai concede defeat. Instead, Yang Kai managed to break their blessings and battered all of them into an embarrassing state. Now that they met Yang Kai again, naturally they all looked very hostile. Yang Kai returned the glare, thinking that they shouldn't be so arrogant since they had all been defeated by him. After trading aggressive glances for a while though, the Dragon Clan members gradually looked away. Appearing smug, Yang Kai swept a glance over the other Dragon Clan members, only to see that Fu Xian was gazing at him with a smile. Feeling embarrassed, he coughed and uttered, I can feel that Wu Kuang is eagerly trying to restore his power. He had heard the conversation between Mo Huang and Zhu Yan just now, so what he had just uttered didn't sound awkward. Certainly, he would want to increase his power quickly. Zhu Yan nodded in agreement. Previously, Wu Kuang was the most powerful master in the Star Boundary, so he always appeared haughty and aloof. He even managed to suppress all other great emperors. Now that his cultivation had dropped to such a low realm though, it was obvious he would be eager to restore himself. Yang Kai uttered, when Wu Kuang left the Shattered Star Sea with Senior Duan at that time, his cultivation was only First Order Emperor realm. When I came across him some time ago, he was already in the Second Order Emperor realm. However, in just 1 month, he managed to reach the Third Order. The speed at which his cultivation improves is simply inconceivable. This time, he chose to kill a member of the Dragon Clan even if his identity got exposed. Maybe there's something on Dragon Island that can help increase his power rapidly. For example, Fu Qi's Dragon Source. A dragon source contained a lot of power, so it was certainly attractive to Wu Kuang. Zhu Yan's expression changed when he heard that as a horrifying idea sprang into his mind and he suddenly raised his head and yelled, The Dragon Grave! Mo Huang's expression darkened. He was trying to lure the tigers from the mountain. Wu Kuang's actions would make sense if his target was indeed the Dragon Grave. The Dragon Grave was where the source strengths of all the deceased Dragon Clan members slumbered. If Wu Kuang could devour all the source strength inside the Dragon Grave, his cultivation would increase significantly. He already possessed the foundations of a great emperor, and he had even taken control of Duan Hongchen's body, so there were practically no bottlenecks in his cultivation. Given the heaven-devouring battle law's special characteristics, he would be able to increase his power to an unbelievable point as long as he had enough resources. Even if this gambit wouldn't allow him to reach the level of a great emperor, he would still be far stronger than a third-order emperor by the end of it. A dragon's source was extremely precious as the power it contained was unbelievably immense. If Wu Kuang's target was the Dragon Grave, it would be a major issue for the Dragon Clan. The reason he exposed himself and even killed Fu Qi was to lure Zhu Yan, Fu Zhuan and Mo Huang away from the Dragon Grave. After all, these incredibly powerful masters were right in front of the Dragon Grave. Wu Kuang wasn't a fool, so he wouldn't show up in front of them. Now everything fell into place. Just then, Fu Zhuan stopped casting her secret technique and looked in the Dragon Grave's direction. At the same time, the weird little beast that was released by Mo Huang growled in the same direction. Seeing that, all of them stopped hesitating and rushed over to the Dragon Grave. In an instant, beams of lights shot up into the sky in an overbearing and stunning manner. The sight would have shocked anyone who happened to see it. The Dragon Grave was very far from their current location, and although they were all flying at full speed, it would still take an hour at least to reach their destination. Even though Yang Kai appeared calm, he was secretly worried about Duan Hongchun. He was now an Azure Sun Temple elder, and there was a close relationship between Duan Hongchun and the temple. Hence, he was also somewhat related to Duan Hongchun. Moreover, Duan Hongchun had helped him before. Yang Kai especially admired the fact that Duan Hongchun decided to sacrifice himself by crippling his own cultivation over and over again just to break into the shattered star sea. Taking all these factors into consideration, he hoped that nothing would happen to Duan Hongchun. However, it seemed that Duan Hongchun had been completely suppressed by Wu Kuang, as he couldn't even control his own body now, which put him in an unfortunate spot. Wu Kuang had already managed to achieve this even though he hadn't regained his full power. If he could grow stronger, Duan Hongchun would be doomed. Just like Wu Kuang had declared before, even the bustling world great emperor would be devoured. The fall of a great emperor would be a huge loss for the entire star boundary. A moment later, the dragon grave finally came into their sight. It was a dim place that appeared as though it had been separated from the outside world, which was a depressing sight for anyone who saw it. Zhu Yan and the others narrowed their eyes and looked dazedly at a spot in front of the dragon grave. Wu Kuang. There was a sturdy figure standing over there. Although there was no wind at the moment, his long robes were flapping in the air on their own. With a faint smile, he gazed at the people who were approaching him, his expression completely serene. He was none other than Wu Kuang. All the dragon clan members widened their eyes and stared at him. Although Wu Kuang, who was the most powerful master in the history of the star boundary, had disappeared for countless years, all would still be terrified at the mention of his name. Rumors of him were so infamous and far-fetched that even the dragon clan members wondered if he really had 3 heads and 6 arms. Naturally, Wu Kuang didn't have 3 heads and 6 arms. Likewise, the current aura he was exuding was not that strong. If they hadn't known his identity, they wouldn't have associated him with the heaven-devouring great emperor if they happened to come across him. Not only did he not look like anything special, but his figure also appeared surreal in front of the dragon grave. It was hard to tell whether this was his true self or just an illusion. With a dark expression, Zhu Yan stopped in his tracks. "Damn it! It's an illusionary soul shadow," Mo Huang bellowed with a grim expression. The figure in front of them was indeed Wu Kuang, but it wasn't his real body. It was just an illusion he had created using a secret technique. The illusion had perfectly replicated his aura and appearance. "We've been fooled," Fu Zhuan said through clenched teeth. Be it the secret technique she had used to trace Wu Kuang, or the lead given by Mo Huang's little beast, they all pointed to the dragon grave. Paired with Yang Kai's reasonable speculation, they all thought that the reason Wu Kuang had come to Dragon Island was to devour all the dragon sources in the dragon grave. However, when they arrived at this place, they realized that they were wrong. Wu Kuang had successfully attracted all of them to this place using an illusionary soul shadow, while he was somewhere else carrying out his secret plot. All of them had been fooled by him. Only a great emperor could deceive another great emperor. Although Wu Kuang's power hadn't been restored, he was lurking in the dark while they were searching in the light, which was how he could play a trick on all of them with ease. He was brazen, but at the same time he had the means to back his confidence. Just when all of them were in a state of confusion, Wu Kuang's illusionary phantom flashed a smile at them. "Hey, long time no see. How are all of you?" All of them ignored it because it was just an illusionary soul shadow. It was pointless to communicate with it, and if they did, they might even accidentally fall into Wu Kuang's trap. Since the dragon grave wasn't Wu Kuang's target, what was it that he truly wanted? Just then, Yang Kai and Li Wu-yi turned their heads and looked in a particular direction at the same time. Upon trading glances, they could see that both of them were equally shocked. A space principle fluctuation. In that place, only the two of them were masters of the Tao of space, which was why they were the first to sense this kind of force when it was spread across the area. Following that, Zhu Yan, Fu Zhuan, and even Mo Huang could sense it as well. After stomping her foot, Fu Zhuan transformed into a beam of white light and headed to that location, followed by Zhu Yan. Both of them were as rapid as meteors. With a livid expression, Mo Huang bellowed, It's the Dragon Temple. All of them finally understood what was going on upon hearing that. Wu Kuang's real target was the Dragon Temple. He had used an illusionary soul shadow to attract their attention, but his true self had snuck into the Dragon Temple. It wasn't certain what his intention was. Damn it! He's trying to flee. Mo Huang growled as he had figured out something, upon which he also rushed over to the Dragon Temple. It was the first time he appeared so anxious, which went to show the severity of the matter. While they were rushing over to that place, a dazzling light suddenly exploded in the distance, upon which a beam of light shot up into the sky and penetrated the void, as though a big hole had been formed in the sky. At the same time, the undulating space principles became increasingly powerful and conspicuous. Yang Kai was holding Zhu Qing's hand and flying alongside her with a solemn expression. As a master of the Tao of space, Yang Kai understood what this kind of undulation meant. However, he couldn't understand how Wu Kuang managed to achieve it. Although he was the heaven-devouring great emperor, there were no records of him being proficient in the Tao of space. Yang Kai sighed secretly, thinking that all the masters on Dragon Island had been fooled by Wu Kuang. Apparently, it was useless for them to rush over now. Wu Kuang had spent so much time and energy playing such a trick on them, so he must be well prepared with a comprehensive plan. If Wu Kuang managed to flee, Yang Kai and Mo Huang would have to face the Dragon Clan's wrath. Mo Huang was the martial beast great emperor, so he probably wasn't afraid of the Dragon Clan. However, it was a different case for Yang Kai. He still felt diffident when confronted by the almighty Dragon Clan. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai told Li Jiao, Lu Yen and his embodiment to come near him. When the others were not paying attention, he put them in the small sealed world, preparing to flee if the need arose. The beam of light shooting up from the Dragon Temple became increasingly bright, to the point that it could illuminate all of Dragon Island, but a moment later, the light grew weaker and slowly became dim. When all of them arrived at the Dragon Temple, the light had already gone out. Nevertheless, the lingering space principle fluctuations coming from the deepest part of the Dragon Temple could still be clearly felt. The Dragon Temple was an impressive building in which the auras of the Dragon Clan's ancestors resided for eternity. Having gone through its fair share of ups and downs for hundreds of thousands of years, it was one of the most important foundations for the Dragon Clan. Only those with the Dragon Clan's bloodline had the right to step into the temple, and the bloodline had to be absolutely pure. A dragonborn like Li Jiao didn't even have the right to approach this place, and if he tried to break in forcefully, he would be crushed to paste by the dragon pressure coming from the temple. Yang Kai was the last person to arrive at the place, but only Li Wu Yi and Zhou Feng were seen waiting outside the Dragon Temple, while the others were nowhere in sight. Apparently, they had gone into the temple. Seeing Yang Kai, Li Wu Yi flashed a smile at him, while Zhou Feng exclaimed in shock. That was because she realized that Lu Yen and those related to Yang Kai had gone missing. At that instant, she shot a meaningful glance at Yang Kai, but she didn't point it out. I'll go in to have a look. Upon finishing his words, Yang Kai stepped into the temple with Zhu Qing. Instead of going in to watch a show, he wanted to find out the situation Duan Hongchun was in. The interior of the Dragon Temple was spacious with dragon-shaped columns erected everywhere. The main hall looked nothing special from the outside, but it was a different story on the inside. Inside the hall, a thick dragon pressure permeated the place, giving off a disorderly feeling. Zhu Qing frowned right after she stepped into it. Certainly, she had entered the Dragon Temple before, but the place wasn't like this in the past. The disorderly dragon pressure suggested that something was wrong with the temple. After walking for a long time, they finally heard some footsteps in the distance. A moment later, a beam of light came into their sight. Following that light, they kept walking forward and finally saw masters of the Dragon Clan. The epic battle Yang Kai had imagined didn't happen. All of them surrounded the light and watched it in silence. As Yang Kai observed their expressions, his chest tightened all of a sudden. He had a premonition at that instant. After he approached the light and took a closer look, he widened his eyes as he was shocked by the sight. That was because the source of the light was actually a void corridor. At the other end of the corridor, stars could be seen twinkling in the dark. It was as though someone had torn off a small area from the starry sky, shrunk it innumerable times over, and then pasted it there. While Zhu Yan's countenance was livid, Fu Zhuan's expression was as gloomy as a dark cloud. It was as though ice would drop from her pretty yet grim-looking face. Mo Huang shook his head repeatedly and said after a sigh, "It's too late. After Wu Kuang managed to flee from Dragon Island on this day, he would certainly kill more people and cause more star fields to collapse in the future. The heaven-devouring great emperor had done such things before. The world they lived in was extremely vast, so no one knew where Wu Kuang had gone to, and it was nearly impossible to track him." Yang Kai took a look at both sides. Unable to contain his curiosity anymore, he approached Mo Huang and asked in a small voice, "Sir, has Wu Kuang successfully fled?" Mo Huang nodded slightly. Yang Kai uttered, "How did he shatter space? What's more, I can tell this is no ordinary void corridor. Even the cross-territory space array he arranged could not cause such turbulent space principal fluctuations when activated. What's more, Yang Kai could feel that this void corridor was leading to an extremely faraway place." While Mo Huang remained silent, Fu Xian replied, "He made use of the Dragon Temple's power." Yang Kai raised his brow. He made use of the Dragon Temple's power? How was he capable of doing that? The Dragon Temple was the Dragon Clan's foundation. So how was it possible that it would allow an outsider to make use of its power? Moreover, when Yang Kai stepped into this place earlier, he could feel that some extremely powerful auras were hidden in this hall. Some of these auras were just as formidable as the three great emperors in front of him. Yang Kai guessed that those auras must be from the Dragon Clan's ancestors. Fu Xian explained patiently, "The reason he killed Fu Qi and took his dragon source was to enter the Dragon Temple. As for how he managed to make use of the temple's power and shatter space, I'm not sure." She turned to look at Mo Huang and spoke in a gentle voice, "Do you know how he did that?" While she was basically asking this question on Yang Kai's behalf, it was also true that she was quite curious about it herself. Mo Huang replied, "Wu Kuang is much older than any of us here. It's just hearsay. But I heard that Wu Kuang was on good terms with the Dragon Clan's first few generations of elders. If anyone else had said such words, they couldn't be deemed credible. Could even be said that it was just an unfounded rumor. However, since it was Mo Huang who had said it, it suggested that it wasn't just hearsay. Wu Kuang was probably on good terms with the first few generations of Dragon Clan elders. Since that was the case, it was no wonder that he knew information about the Dragon Clan's secret techniques. He might even have learned some abstruse methods from those elders. Basically, his plan was to communicate with the Dragon Temple through Fu Qi's dragon source and make use of the temple's power to break through the space. When carrying out the plan, he had not made any mistakes, and he had even succeeded in the end. Although Yang Kai wasn't fond of Wu Kuang, he had to acknowledge that the latter's plan was brilliant. A great emperor's intelligence and tactics were indeed exceptional. "Since the void corridor is still here, why don't we pursue him?" Yang Kai asked. "Pursue him?" Mo Huang shot him a glance and put on a sneer. Yang Kai frowned. "What's wrong with that? Do you know where this void corridor leads to?" "Sir, please enlighten me," Yang Kai asked humbly. Although he had figured that this void corridor was leading to an extremely faraway place, he didn't know the exact location. "It's to a lower star field." Mo Huang broke the shocking news. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before he came to his senses. Then, he exclaimed, "A lower star field?" His loud voice had attracted everyone's attention. Fu Zhuan's glare was especially cold. Appearing embarrassed, Yang Kai rubbed his nose. Then he asked anxiously, "How could it be the lower star field? Isn't there a great force called the Star Court that guards all the passageways from the star boundary to the lower star fields? How did he manage to open this entrance?" Certainly, Yang Kai was flustered that Wu Kuang had gone to a lower star field. Although there were many lower star fields, no one could be certain that Wu Kuang didn't go to Hung Luo star field. If he happened to have entered Hung Luo star field, the entire star field was doomed. Moreover, Yang Kai's roots were over there. The number of lower star fields was incredibly large. Some of them were completely sealed off and isolated on their own. Some of them were connected to the star boundary. The cultivators in these star fields were undoubtedly blessed, because once they reached a certain cultivation realm, they could head to the star boundary to further increase their strength and pursue a higher martial Dao. In the past, the star boundary was connected to essentially all lower star fields. Not only could the people from below go up once they reached a certain cultivation realm, but the masters from the star boundary could also go down using some methods. However, after what the heaven-devouring Great Emperor had done, the entrances of those lower star fields that led to the star boundary had all been sealed. That was because to those cultivators from the star fields, the masters from the star boundary were too powerful. There were many star fields that had been destroyed by the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, and no one could guarantee that another similar incident wouldn't happen in the future. The existence of these star fields was crucial to the star boundary, so these seals also acted as a kind of protection. That was where Star Court came in. It was a mysterious great force that was unknown to most people. It was founded by the great emperors at that time and was charged with guarding the passageways to these lower star fields, so that those from the star boundary could not go down as they pleased. If Xianxia wasn't mistaken, the Iron Blood Great Emperor was the current leader of Star Court. Xianxia had always thought that anyone who wished to go to any lower star field must obtain Star Court's permission first. His plan was that he would go back to Hung Luo Star Field one day when he was free so that he could bring his friends and relatives out of that place. He even suspected that Yang Yen, who had gone missing for quite some time, was currently in Star Court's headquarters. However, he had never expected that before he could carry out his plan, he would see a void corridor that led to a lower star field in the Dragon Temple on Dragon Island. Moreover, it was the infamous heaven-devouring Great Emperor who had opened it up. Although it was highly improbable that Wu Kuang would go to Hung Luo Star Field, Xianxia still couldn't set his mind at ease. What if Wu Kuang really went there? That was why Xianxia became flustered when he heard from Mo Huang that Wu Kuang had gone to a lower star field. After giving it some thought, Xianxia proposed, "Sirs, Wu Kuang has not regained his full power yet. If we don't take this opportunity to kill him, he'll be a scourge for all of us in the future. What are you all hesitating for?" Zhu Yan raised his head and took a look at him. His already displeased expression darkened. "If we can accurately locate where Wu Kuang is, I'll definitely race after him without you telling me to do so. However, no one can be sure which star field he has snuck into. Is that why you're staying put?" Xianxia stared back at him defiantly. With a frown, Mo Huang uttered, "It's not as simple as you think." Xianxia refuted. "Although we don't know which star field Wu Kuang has snuck into, we have so many people with us now. If we all pursue him, we might stand a chance of finding him. However, if we don't even try, we'll only be allowing him to do as he pleases. Then, when he regains his full power one day, no one in the star boundary will be able to stop him. I don't think all of you want another great emperor war, right? You're both bold and ill-tempered." Mo Huang snorted. Xianxia replied, "I'm just speaking the truth." Fu Xian uttered, "This matter is very complicated, so you should calm down first." Compared to the others, Fu Xian had treated Xianxia relatively gently. However, she didn't understand why Xianxia had become agitated all of a sudden, as though he was extremely eager to go after Wu Kuang. Xianxia shook his head. "I just don't understand." "Shut up. How do you still have the gall to speak?" Fu Zhuan suddenly raised her head and shot Xianxia a cold glare. Exasperated, Xianxia stared back at her and said mockingly, "What is it that you want to say, Second Elder?" Fu Zhuan uttered through clenched teeth. "If it weren't because of you, all these misfortunes wouldn't have happened to us. If Fu Qi hadn't been hurt by you, how would he have lost his life? If Wu Kuang hadn't obtained Fu Qi's dragon source, how could he have entered the Dragon Temple?" She was accusing Xianxia in an overbearing manner. Xianxia sneered, "Why do you make it sound like it's all my fault? I'm just someone with a low cultivation, so I'm not powerful enough to take up this responsibility. You're thinking too highly of me." He wasn't fond of Fu Zhuan at all, because not only did she try to break up Mo Huang and Fu Xian, but she also wanted to interfere in the relationship between Zhu Qing and him. It was as though she was jealous of others' love lives, so she wanted to destroy their relationships. Although she was beautiful and alluring, Yang Kai still found her to be contemptible because she tried to get Zhu Qing married to another man. Yang Kai was only giving in to her because he was still not her match. When he became powerful enough one day, he would deal with her and make her have a taste of her own medicine. Upon finishing his words, he didn't wait for her response as he turned to Zhu Yan and cupped his fists. Great Elder, this incident has happened on Dragon Island, and Wu Kuang has fled from this place. So, the Dragon Clan shouldn't evade responsibility. Now, the most important thing is to track down Wu Kuang and nip him in the bud. Otherwise, he'll only return to destroy us one day. Brat, don't you try to cross the line, Fu Zhuan bellowed. Great Elder. Yang Kai ignored her and stared fixedly at Zhu Yan. However, Zhu Yan replied with a frown. This has nothing to do with you. Step aside now. He was also sick of Yang Kai. Although Fu Zhuan's accusations against Yang Kai just now were extreme, it was true he held a great deal of responsibility for the events that transpired on Dragon Island this day. After all, Yang Kai was the one who had hurt Fu Qi first and held up the other Dragon Clan members. Otherwise, Wu Kuang wouldn't have been able to carry out his plot so easily. Certainly, Yang Kai understood that as well, but he couldn't tolerate Fu Zhuan placing all the blame on him. Instead of stepping aside, though, Yang Kai replied impassively with a dark expression. It seems that the Dragon Clan does not want to get involved in this. Fine. I'll do it then. All of them looked weirdly at him after he finished speaking. Fu Xian even secretly spoke to him via divine sense. Don't say such reckless things. Listen to the Great Elder and step aside for now. Perhaps there's still a chance for you and Qinger. Yang Kai looked gratefully at her, but he shook his head and uttered, All I ask is that you will not stop me and allow me to leave. If I manage to find Wu Kuang, I'll deal with him on my own. If I can't do that, there won't be any losses for the Dragon Clan. As he spoke, he pointed at the Void Corridor. During the discussion, the Void Corridor's entrance had been slowly closing. After all, world principles had the ability to heal spatial tears. The void had been broken through after Wu Kuang had made use of the Dragon Temple's power, so it could be considered a kind of damage to the world. With the help of the world principles, this kind of damage would disappear quickly. If Yang Kai wanted to leave this place through the Void Corridor, he had to do it quickly. After it was closed, he wouldn't have another chance to flee. In your dreams, Fu Zhuan shouted. Zhu Yan shook his head. I also cannot agree to this. It was already their fault that Wu Kuang had managed to escape to a lower star field through Dragon Island. Although they didn't have to explain themselves to anyone, it would still be embarrassing for them if this news was spread. If they also allowed Yang Kai to descend to a star field, their reputation would be ruined. Since both elders didn't agree to it, there was basically no other way around it. If Yang Kai was clever, he should stop insisting now, for if he infuriated the Dragon Clan, he would be punished harshly. However, all of them didn't expect that not only did Yang Kai not give in, but he also stepped forward and said in a steadfast manner, If you don't agree to it, I can only use force. How dare you disobey us? Fu Zhuan snorted. Seize him. Apparently, she was speaking to all Dragon Clan members. Although she wasn't fond of Yang Kai, it was difficult for her to personally move against him given her status and cultivation. Upon receiving the order, the dozen Dragon Clan members started making a move. Some of them were hurt by Yang Kai not long ago, but although their blessing technique was broken, they were mostly fine. With the elders watching over them, there was no way they would be afraid of Yang Kai. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai and Zhu Qing were surrounded. Just try it. Yang Kai shouted and stomped his foot on the ground, causing the entire Dragon Temple to shake. After a resounding roar was heard, the illusory phantom of a huge golden divine dragon emerged from the back of his head, appearing overbearing and aloof. Upon sensing the golden divine dragon source's aura, all the Dragon Clan members fell into a dazed state, including the elders. It's the ancestral dragon source. This is the true ancestral dragon source. Although the Dragon Clan members were aware that the ancestral dragon source was with Yang Kai, it was the first time they saw its true form with their eyes. Even the Great Elder and the Second Elder were not comparable to this pureblood dragon aura. To all the Dragon Clan members, The ancestral dragon source was like their origin as well as a mother's embrace, making them feel familiar and amiable. In an instant, the hostility they had towards Yang Kai vanished into thin air. The elders quickly pulled themselves together though and guarded their minds so they wouldn't be affected by the ancestral dragon source strength. Second elder, do you remember what place this is? And what kind of power I possess? After the ancestral dragon source appeared, Yang Kai suddenly began acting lofty and aloof. Although there was no sign of him using his dragon transformation, the way he looked at Fu Zhuan was clearly as though he was superior to her. Suddenly, he started forming a set of mysterious hand seals and began speaking in two different tones at once, as though two people were chanting at the same time through his mouth. The first voice was uttering the abstruse dragon language, while the other was his usual voice. Water cannot be dynamic without its origin. The tree cannot grow without its roots. The ancestral source is present, so why have you not come to pay your respects yet? Two voices were intertwined in a perfectly coordinated manner, so they didn't sound awkward to the ears. Instead, they sounded like a perfect harmony. The ordinary dragon clan members didn't have much reaction when they heard these words, but the elders all turned pale at the same time. Fu Xian's gaze brightened as she exclaimed. Just then, dragon roars could be heard again, but this time, they were coming from all directions in the temple in a continuous and alternating manner. The slumbering spirits of all the great dragons in this place awakened at the same time as though they had been summoned by an irresistible call. Suddenly, a spot in the dim hall brightened and then spread across the entire room. In the blink of an eye, the entire hall was as bright as daylight. Great dragons of different colors, scarlet, orange, red, emerald, green, blue, and purple, flew about, illuminating the hall in a dazzling display of light. The first great dragon hovered above Yang Kai's head for a moment before it stabilized itself and faced the golden divine dragon. After that, it lowered its head in a dignified manner, followed by the second dragon, the third dragon, and all the others in order. All who witnessed this scene were dumbfounded. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 great dragons had gathered around Yang Kai. These dragons didn't have a physical form, but their source strength was extremely pure. The most shocking thing about them was their sizes. Even the smallest one was 400 meters long. The greatest of them was nearly 1,000 meters in length. Its gigantic figure, which had spread across the entire hall, swam majestically through the air, giving immense pressure to everyone present. It was as though these gigantic dragons just jumped out of the ancient scrolls and arrived at this place for no reason. Gudong. All the dragon clan members gulped as their faces turned ashen. Under the influence of such terrifying dragon pressure, they could hardly support their own weights as their legs had turned to jelly and their faces were completely white. Although the dragon grave was where the dragon clan members would go after their death, not all of them would end their lives in that place. Some of them would be enshrined in the dragon temple after their fall to provide good fortunes and blessings to their descendants. Those who could be enshrined in the dragon temple were all heads of the dragon clan. In other words, only the great elder of every generation had the right to be enshrined in the dragon temple. For the current generation, only Zhu Yan had such a right. Even Fu Zhuan was not eligible for this honor. Hence, all these great dragons coming from all directions in the dragon temple were once great elders of the dragon clan who had been enshrined in this place. Zhu Yan even saw a familiar figure, a yellow dragon between 400 and 500 meters long. In an instant, it was as though he had been thrown into a world of memories, as he recalled the events of his childhood tens of thousands of years ago. At that time, he was still working hard to grow and become a powerful dragon under this elder's guidance. After his death, Zhu Yan took over his position and became the great elder. He looked dazedly at the yellow dragon as his lips trembled. In his heart, he longed for this elder, who had passed away many tens of thousands of years ago, to look at him and praise him for doing a good job. However, he was disappointed to see that this elder, who had never bowed his head his entire life, was doing just that as he hovered quietly behind Yang Kai, the first great elder. Astounded, Fu Zhuan stared at the only dragon that was 1,000 meters long. Although they were many generations apart, Fu Zhuan could still recognize this particular great dragon at first glance. Only the dragon clan members of that generation could grow to be so mighty. As time passed, the dragon clan had gradually become weaker, and in the current generation, even the strongest of them could barely reach 500 meters in length, half of the size of those from the first generation. The next largest after the first Great Elder must be the Great Elder of the second generation, followed by the third generation, the fourth generation, and so on. All the Great Elders of the past dozen generations had been called upon by the ancestral source and gathered together. A sight then sent shockwaves into everyone's heart. "How dare you do this?" Fu Zhuan was startled for a long time before she snarled through clenched teeth, her beautiful face contorting madly. She stared resentfully at Yang Kai, as though she wanted to pierce through him countless times with her gaze. "How dare you disturb our ancestors?" Although her tone was still fierce, she no longer appeared overbearing under the dragon pressure of these ancient great elders, as well as the pressure from the dragon temple. Now she looked like an enraged kitten that was brandishing its claws, so she appeared rather laughable. She couldn't be blamed for being so incensed, though. After all, the dragon temple was where the deceased great elders of every generation were enshrined. This was the true foundation of the dragon clan's fortune and the basis of their continued bloodline. All of these ancestors were long gone, so they didn't have their own consciousness nor will. Even the Great Elder and Second Elder couldn't summon these ancestors using any secret technique. However, right after Yang Kai gave the order, the Great Elders of the past generations all awoke from their sleep, deeply embarrassing all the dragon clan members present. Mo Huang was also amazed as he looked at Yang Kai. He had never expected this young man to be capable of pulling off such a feat. He swept a glance over the golden divine dragon source next as he knew that everything was made possible because of this strange-looking dragon source. "You left me no choice?" Yang Kai stared down at Fu Zhuan, but he didn't try to aggrandize himself or pressure her in some way. If it weren't because he was left with no choice, he really wasn't willing to make such a big fuss. The moment he stepped into the dragon temple, he could feel that the golden divine dragon source within his body had become active, as though it had been connected to something in the surroundings. In fact, it was just a subconscious act that he had summoned all these ancestors of the dragon clan. "You were left with no choice?" Fu Zhuan sneered. "What do you want now, then? Do you want to kill all members of the dragon clan? That's a great idea. Grudges have been formed between us anyway. The best solution is to kill all of you so that there won't be any future worries for me." As Yang Kai spoke, he swept an eerie glance over all of them, as though he was mulling over the feasibility of this idea. All the dragons were stunned when they met his gaze, as though they had been engulfed in the aura of death. The blood in their veins seemed to have frozen all over. Appearing defiant, Fu Zhuan pressed her lips together, while Zhu Yan appeared solemn. If Yang Kai decided to deal with them with the help of the Dragon Temple's power, Zhu Yan and Fu Zhuan could only flee from this place even if they joined forces, unless they could kill him in one decisive strike. However, under the watchful gazes of all the great elders from the past generations, killing Yang Kai was all but impossible. They knew just how formidable the Dragon Temple's power was. It was a special place that contained a special power, which was what made it unrivaled. Mo Huang parted his lips in an attempt to persuade Yang Kai. Although he wasn't fond of the Dragon Clan, the idea of killing any one of them had never crossed his mind, as there were no real blood feuds between them. He wasn't sure what Yang Kai's temperament was like though, and if he really did what Fu Zhuan had said, the consequences would be dreadful. Whatever the case, Mo Huang wouldn't want the Dragon Clan to be slaughtered here. The Dragon Temple was one of the two foundations of the Dragon Clan, and it would be the biggest joke in history if it was responsible for their demise. Before Mo Huang could speak, however, Yang Kai suddenly curbed his murderous intent and returned to an indifferent stance. "All of you are Qing'er's family though, so we shouldn't keep hurting each other. Why don't we have a seat and talk it out? What do you think, Great Elder?" Zhu Yan's face twitched as he uttered, "Since ancient times, the one whose fists are bigger gets to decide. In this place, you have the final say." Yang Kai replied, "You seem to have some biases against me, but that's fine. Besides going to the lower star field, I don't have other requests, so I hope that you'll agree to it. Good. Since you remain silent, I'll just take it as acceptance. You're indeed a highly principled man, great elder. Many thanks. The corner of Zhu Yan's mouth twitched as he lowered his gaze and remained silent. He's basically talking to himself. How does he have the nerve to spout such nonsense? The void corridor that had been created by Wu Kuang would be completely closed soon. So Yang Kai couldn't dawdle any longer. If he wanted to head to the lower star fields before the void corridor closed, he had to do it quickly. Then, he turned to Zhu Qing and uttered, "You'll stay here." Zhu Qing parted her lips in an attempt to say something, but Yang Kai stepped forward and pulled her into his embrace before locking his lips with hers right in front of everyone. All of their expressions turned awkward as they looked away in embarrassment. They thought that this brat was too shameless to be carrying out such a blasphemous act in this sacred place. If someone else had done this, they would have been killed by now. With her lips locked, Zhu Qing couldn't utter a word, and after their lips finally parted, she was blushing deeply. Yang Kai only said one thing to her then, "Wait for me." It wasn't that he wasn't willing to bring Zhu Qing with him, but the road ahead was uncertain, so he didn't have the heart to make her suffer such hardships with him. Since Fu Qi was dead, it would be all right for Zhu Qing to stay on Dragon Island. Then, he gazed at Fu Zhuan and said, "Second Elder, I apologize for offending you today. I hope that you'll forgive me. After all, I'm young and reckless, so I hope you don't take my actions to heart. I will return one day to formally apologize to you." Since Zhu Qing had to stay here, he had to relax tensions with Fu Zhuan. Otherwise, the second elder might oppress his woman. However, what he just said could also be regarded as a threat. Since he had broken into Dragon Island once, he could do it again. If Zhu Qing was mistreated after he left, he would come back to Dragon Island with a different attitude. Instead of apologizing to them, he would be condemning them. Upon grasping the meaning behind his words, Fu Zhuan snorted. Following that, Yang Kai turned to Fu Xian, who had been in Mo Huang's embrace the whole time, and flashed a smile at her. "Fourth Elder, many thanks for everything today. I didn't manage to prepare a gift for our first meeting, so please accept this small token of my appreciation instead." As Yang Kai spoke, he performed a hand seal with one hand, upon which a dragon roar could be heard. At the same time, a beam of light emerged from the void and shot towards Fu Xian at the speed of lightning. Mo Huang frowned upon seeing that. Although he could intercept it, he could feel that Yang Kai did not carry any ill intentions, which was why he allowed him to proceed. The beam of light shot into Fu Xian's body, upon which cracking sounds could be heard. While Zhu Yan's gaze turned softer as he was looking at him, Fu Zhuan's expression became grim. Fu Xian's pale face gradually became lively again as her gaze brightened. Pleasantly surprised, she turned a grateful smile to Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded slightly at her before turning around. No longer daring to delay, he stepped into the void corridor and disappeared from everyone's sight. After he was gone, the great elders from the past generations disappeared one by one, as though they hadn't been there at all. The terrifying dragon pressure ebbed, upon which the dragon clan members gasped for air and looked at each other in shock, still reeling from the experience. Mo Huang appeared pleasantly surprised as he gazed hopefully at Fu Xian and asked in a small voice, "Was it?" Fu Xian nodded gently. "The Binding Dragon Seal has been removed." Binding Dragon Seal was one of the Dragon Clan's secret techniques which was used on the Dragon Clan sinners. Once the Binding Dragon Seal was implanted on someone, their dragon source would be completely suppressed. When Fu Xian was thrown into the dragon grave all those years ago, the Binding Dragon Seal was used on her. This secret technique wasn't just a punishment for the Dragon Clan members who had made a mistake, it was also a symbol of their status as criminals. With this technique binding Fu Xian, even Mo Huang was powerless to remove it. Although he could get Fu Xian out of the dragon grave, he couldn't prevent her from growing weaker until she eventually lost her life, unless the Binding Dragon Seal was removed. However, he didn't have a method to remove this seal. Sometimes, fortune arrives when one least expects it. While Mo Huang was powerless to lift this Dragon Clan's secret technique, Yang Kai was able to break it with ease. At that instant, Mo Huang was over the moon. Initially, he was biased against Yang Kai because of Mo Xiaoqi. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so harsh towards someone who was his junior. However, at this moment, he felt extremely grateful towards Yang Kai, thinking that he should return this favor one day. The removal of the binding dragon seal meant that Fu Xian was no longer a criminal, so she didn't have to be thrown into the dragon grave again. Mo Huang shifted his attention to Zhu Yan and Fu Zhuan as he had made up his mind. No matter what would happen, he had to leave with Fu Xian on this day. If the two elders insisted on stopping him, he would have no choice but to fight it out with them. He had been longing for Fu Xian while also blaming himself for all the years they have been apart. So this time, he was determined not to leave her behind again. Then, he heaved a sigh of relief, as he realized that both Zhu Yan and Fu Zhuan didn't react to the fact that binding dragon seal had been removed. Instead, they were just gazing at the narrowing void corridor in silence. At the same time, Zhu Qing was also looking at the corridor. After the corridor disappeared a moment later, Zhu Yan turned to look at Mo Huang and uttered, "Wu Kuang has fled. We have to inform the others about it so that they can prepare, especially those within Star Court." Mo Huang nodded. I'll go to Star Court later and discuss with Iron Blood on how to deal with it." Zhu Yan continued, "The Dragon Clan is responsible for the fact that Wu Kuang has fled. Brother Mo, just tell us straight away if you need any help. Great Elder, since you've said so, I'll ask for your help whenever I need it in the future. I'll take my leave for now." Upon finishing his words, Mo Huang was ready to leave with Fu Xian. Fu Zhuan suddenly demanded, "You can leave, but Fu Xian must stay." Mo Huang frowned. "Second Elder, do you still want to fight with me? This woman is so unreasonable." Mo Huang was truly infuriated. If Fu Zhuan insisted on making things difficult for his wife and him, he was ready to turn Dragon Island upside down. Nevertheless, Fu Zhuan uttered dispassionately, "Fu Xian's foundation has been damaged after years of imprisonment. We have a secret technique to help her recuperate. Does your Spirit Beast Island have such a technique? If you have one, you can bring her with you. I won't stop you." Mo Huang was startled for a moment before he became elated. With a grin, he replied, "I see. That's what you meant." Fu Zhuan questioned coldly, "What do you think I meant?" Then, Mo Huang coughed and nodded lightly. "That's all right. Then, Shenner, you'll stay here. I'll go to Star Court now. After that, I'll come here again with Xiao Qi to see you." As he spoke, he stole a glance at Fu Zhuan. Seeing that she frowned but didn't show any sign of disagreement, he became ecstatic. It seemed that what Yang Kai had done on this day had dealt a heavy blow to her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone through such a transformation. Although she didn't agree to let him bring his daughter to Dragon Island, she didn't object to it at the very least. In the past, Fu Zhuan wouldn't have reacted in such a way. At the mention of Mo Xiaoqi, Fu Xian's gaze brightened as she nodded. Wait for me." Mo Huang stroked her face, but he didn't have the nerve to kiss her in front of everyone just like Yang Kai had done. That brat was just too brazen. Then he turned around and left the Dragon Temple with light steps. Zhu Qing stepped forward to support Fu Xian then as the latter was still weak. Both of these dragon girls shared similar fates, so they naturally became closer to each other. Countless stars were twinkling in the vast starry sky where a black starship was navigating through the darkness like a giant beast. The starship was about 300 meters long with a sleek design. Although it was a behemoth, the speed at which it was moving was quite fast. The starship was surrounded by an innumerable number of asteroids of different sizes that were passing it by. Sometimes, some asteroids would hit the starship and cause some sparks, which spread across the surface like a ripple. However, the smaller asteroids couldn't cause any damage to the starship as its armor and defenses would fend them off and break them into pieces should they come into contact. Only the larger asteroids could cause the starship to shake, but there hadn't been any real danger on the way to its destination. Inside the starship, humming sounds could be heard coming from different arrays. In the control room, a group of cultivators appeared solemn as they looked out the transparent window that was made from crystals. Seeing those asteroids that were passing them by, they were all drenched in sweat. "It's an asteroid sea. When navigating through the star field inside a starship, travelers were most afraid of two things. One was an asteroid sea and the other was a starry sky storm. The former was still all right because most asteroid seas could be avoided by plotting appropriate courses in advance. With that said, some of the larger-scale asteroid seas were unavoidable. However, the chance of coming across such asteroid seas was small in the vast star field. On the other hand, a starry sky storm was a more terrifying phenomenon in the star field as it was a disaster that could literally kill. If this 300-meter starship was dragged into a starry sky storm, it would be doomed. Over the years, asteroid seas and starry sky storms had destroyed many starships and killed countless people. Nevertheless, it had been an unlucky day for this particular starship. There were many masters aboard this starship, and their star chart master had charted a good navigation route for them. Supposedly, they shouldn't fall into any danger as they just needed some time to reach their destination. However, they were now confronted by an asteroid sea that was coming from the front. It was already impossible for them to evade it the moment they discovered it. Left with no choice, they had to keep moving forward and pass through the asteroid sea with caution. A woman in an imperial dress was standing in the center of the cabin. She appeared to be in her 20s, had long black hair, and a beautiful face. At the moment, she was giving orders with a solemn expression, her nose moist with sweat caused by her anxiety. At the same time, the fragrance wafting from her body permeated the place. All the cultivators in the starship, both men and women, were breathing more rapidly than usual, as though they were trying to breathe in the fragrance and imprint it in their minds so that they would never forget it. How much longer? The woman suddenly looked in a different direction, where an old man was studying the star chart in his hands. A three-dimensional picture was displayed there, obviously a map of the region in starry sky in which the starship was navigating. Nobody knew how this old man had managed to draw this star chart, in which a small dot of light, which represented this starship, was moving forward slowly. Countless smaller light dots, which represented the asteroids that might pose a threat to the starship, were passing by as well. Upon hearing the woman's question, the old man gave it some thought and replied, "We'll pass through this asteroid sea in 1 hour. We're already halfway through it." The woman nodded upon hearing his reply. "Very good. Please continue to guide us." Apparently, this woman was the one in charge of this starship. Although her cultivation was incredible, she was still respectful to this old man surnamed Chun. It couldn't be helped, as this old man surnamed Chun was one of the most famous star chart masters in the star field, whom she had paid a hefty price for helping them in this journey. Star chart masters were highly reputable in the star field. They were just as important as the alchemists and artifact refiners because, in order to navigate through the star field, a star chart was indispensable, and a good star chart master could help a starship evade unforeseen dangers. With an embarrassed expression, Old Chen uttered, "Lady Lu is too polite. This old master should have noticed the existence of this asteroid sea. It was my fault that we fell into danger in the first place. Life is full of unexpected circumstances," Lu Huaishuang replied. Just then, she thought of something as her alluring gaze dimmed. With a forced smile, she uttered, "Old Chun, please don't blame yourself. You've already helped us a lot. Without you, we'd have encountered countless crises already. It's thanks to you that we've come so far." Old Chun said, "Many thanks for your high praise. This Chun will never forget this favor of yours." As they spoke, someone could be heard exclaiming, "Young lady, we have a problem." Lu Huaishuang's expression changed as she turned to look at that person. What happened? At this critical moment, she was most afraid of learning any bad news, which was why she was slightly nervous. "An asteroid is approaching us. Distance 100 kilometers. How large is it?" "It isn't big, but it's giving off an unusually large energy signature." As they spoke, Lu Huaishuang had already approached that person and taken a closer look, upon which she realized that there was indeed a light dot on that spirit array star chart that was coming at the starship at incredible speed. In just a short moment, the distance between the asteroid and the starship had been shortened by half. After taking a glance at it, Lu Huaishuang knitted her brows together while astounded. Old Chun uttered, "That's strange. This asteroid isn't very large, so why does it give off such a powerful energy fluctuation? He was an experienced man, but it was the first time he came across such a strange thing, which was why he was puzzled. Charge the crystal cannons, Lu Huaishuang yelled. Then, she quickly added, all 10. It was inevitable that they might fall into such a dangerous situation when navigating through the vast starry sky. When confronted by an unavoidable threat, the best option was to destroy it, and crystal cannons were the most effective means. They wouldn't use crystal cannons easily because a lot of crystal stones were consumed for every shot made. It was almost akin to burning piles of money. It had to be said that although Lu Huaishuang was a woman, she was more resolute than most men. It took a firm resolve to give the order to prepare all 10 of the starship's cannons. Her order was executed without delay, and all 10 crystal cannons emerged from the starship's hull before aiming at their target. Dazzling white lights were agglomerated as an astonishing energy fluctuation began spreading out. The next moment, a jarring sound could be heard and a heavy blowback could be felt from one side of the starship, causing the entire ship to shake. 10 beams of white light shot out in a particular direction into the void and accurately converged in a single spot. The light exploded and illuminated the starry sky, as though a new sun had been born all of a sudden, causing all in the cabin to narrow their eyes. Honk! Following that, a thunderous explosion rang out, stinging all of their eardrums. The asteroids around their target, be they big or small, were vaporized in an instant and disappeared. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief seeing this. Although they knew how powerful their crystal cannons were, they were still reeling from the shock after witnessing the power of 10 being fired all at once at a single target, rendering them unable to speak for a long time. No matter what kind of asteroid was coming at them, it should have vanished into thin air by now. Ha! The cultivator, who had been keeping watch on the surroundings, suddenly grunted in a weird tone and looked dazedly at the star chart. Then, in a horrified voice, he uttered, "Young lady, that asteroid, that asteroid." Lu Huaishuang looked over and turned pale in an instant. The light dot remained above the star chart, seemingly not having taken even the slightest damage after being hit by a barrage of 10 crystal cannons. What is going on? Disbelief was written all over Old Chen's face. He had personally witnessed the collective power of those 10 crystal cannons before. Even the strongest masters in the star field wouldn't dare to take such a blow head-on, so how was it possible that this asteroid remained undamaged? What truly shocked him was that the crystal cannon barrage didn't even manage to change the asteroid's direction, as it was still heading towards the starship even now. "Evade it quickly," Old Chen exclaimed. With a helpless smile, Lu Huaishuang replied, "It's too late. If they were in empty space, they could possibly evade the asteroid and escape unscathed, given the starship's exceptional capabilities. However, they were now trapped inside an asteroid sea, where they were surrounded by asteroids of different sizes. There was no room to maneuver, so there was practically no way they could avoid the asteroid. Indeed, it was too late. The light dot that represented the unwelcome guest on the star chart was about to collide with the starship. The only thing all of them could do was pray that this asteroid wouldn't cause any serious damage. But this idea was undoubtedly unrealistic. Although the asteroid was small, the energy signature it gave off was astonishing. If they were hit by this asteroid, their starship might not be able to bear the impact. Through the crystal window, they could see a light dot flashing across their eyes like a falling star. Following that, a booming sound could be heard from somewhere on the starship. The 300-meter-long starship shook violently, and everyone inside it turned ashen in an instant. All of them thought to themselves in despair, "It's over now. We're all doomed." The rumbling sound gradually subsided, though, as the starship slowly stabilized itself. Inside the cabin, everyone remained silent, and they only came to their senses a long time later. "We're alive. We're still fine." After such a life-or-death moment, all of them still couldn't believe what they had just gone through. The starship wasn't destroyed like they had imagined it would be. They seemed to have overestimated the destructive power of the asteroid. Nevertheless, the speed of the starship was noticeably slower now, as it was apparent that there was damage that needed to be repaired immediately. Otherwise, they might fall into other dangers of the vast starry sky. Lu Huaishuang was the first to come to her senses as she ordered. The ship has been damaged. Get some people to inspect the affected areas and begin repairs. We have to leave this asteroid sea as soon as possible to look for a place to anchor. It was then that all of them regained their senses and started taking action. Lu Huaishuang pressed her lips together and looked out at the starry sky through the crystal window. It was said that one was bound for good fortune after surviving a disaster. She hoped that would be the case here too. The cultivators in the starship then busied themselves with their own jobs. The starship had slowed down due to the damage. Initially, they had estimated that they would need 1 hour to leave the asteroid sea, but it took them 4 hours to cross that gap. After leaving behind the asteroids in the borderless starry sky, they finally heaved a sigh of relief. It wasn't a great idea to allow a damaged starship to navigate through the asteroid sea. Fortunately, all the cultivators in the starship were well trained, and they were excellent at controlling the ship, so they managed to stay safe till the end. Now, they had to look for a stopover immediately and repair the starship. After Old Chin pointed out a suitable location, Lu Huaishuang ordered all of them to set sail in that direction. Half a day later, above a desolate star, the 300-meter starship emerged from the clouds and landed on the ground slowly. There were innumerable stars like this one in the star field. Although there were countless stars in the starry sky, only a small number of them were suitable for cultivators to reside and cultivate on. Only stars with a complete star source that could nurture world energy were qualified for cultivation. These kinds of lively stars were called cultivation stars. In contrast, there were stars that were without any world energy, and no one could possibly survive on them. These desolate stars were called dead stars. Some dead stars were originally cultivation stars. After the star source of a cultivation star slowly diminished and disappeared, such a star would turn into a barren rock. Meanwhile, some dead stars could be nurturing new life, and it could possess its own star source in the future. After a very long period of growth, such a dead star would become a new cultivation star. However, this kind of evolution took place over tens of thousands of years at least. After the starship landed somewhere on the dead star, the crews opened the hatches and streamed out of the ship to head to the damaged section. Although they had done some simple repairs earlier, they had to fully fix the damaged parts of the hull and spirit arrays before the starship could navigate through the starry sky again at full power. Lu Huaishuang was now somewhat idle inside the starship, so she decided to take a walk outside. Wherever she went, all the cultivators would salute her. There wasn't any obscene light behind their gazes, as they all truly respected her. In Unending Starfield, everyone would praise the eldest young lady from the Lu family, who hailed from Morning Sunstar whenever she was mentioned. They all said that she was just as capable as men of the same caliber. There were no male descendants in the Lu family's main line, and the patriarch was old and frail. The entire Lu family now depended on the eldest young lady to manage and maintain it. When Lu Huaishuang took over the Lu family at that time, nobody thought she could succeed. A woman was supposed to get married and nurture her children, so no one believed she could succeed as the leader of her family. However, all of them were proven wrong in the end. Although she didn't manage to bring the Lu family to new heights, she didn't allow it to decay or decline at least. The continued strength of the Lu family was all thanks to Lu Huaishuang's efforts, and even their enemies had to acknowledge this fact. Naturally, many people lusted after Lu Huaishuang's beauty and her family businesses. Beautiful women and wealth had always been attractive goals for men. The Lu family was wealthy and had great potential for development, so it was expected that many men were drooling over it. If any man could gain Lu Huaishuang's favor, not only could he marry a beautiful woman, but he would also gain control over the Lu family's immense fortune, thereby reaching the heights in his life and shortening the years needed to achieve success. Countless men had proposed to her over the years, but none of them could win Lu Huaishuang's heart. My husband must be the most powerful man in the star field. His name must illuminate the starry sky just like the sun. I'll only marry the man who can achieve that. It was an outrageous demand, as no man would admit that he wasn't powerful. Upon self-examination, they would even think that they were the best, and no other men were comparable to them. However, nobody could brazenly say that their name could illuminate the starry sky just like the sun. Only a handful of masters in the star field could be said to have achieved such status, but they were old men who were in the sunset stage of their lives. The Lu family's eldest young lady is destined to spend the rest of her life alone. No man will love and treasure her. She will never experience how it feels to be loved by a man. That was the bitter thought of those men who couldn't obtain her. Since they couldn't win her heart, they wanted her to live miserably for the rest of her life. Such men would never hope for her future to be bright, as they were already considered to be weak and unworthy by her. As Lu Huaishuang tread on the yellowish ground and smelled the humid air, she couldn't help but knit her brows together. She was a woman, after all, so no matter how others regarded her or how capable she was, she still had her feminine qualities. The environment on a dead star was barren and bleak. On this star, the yellowish sand was seemingly endless, and it was continuously carried up by the gusts of winds. The atmosphere was filled with fog, so she couldn't see far into the distance, making for a gloomy and depressing atmosphere. After walking for some time, she stopped in her tracks and wanted to stretch her back without caring about anyone's opinions. However, she couldn't even do such a simple thing because she had to uphold her mannerism and authority. She was exhausted, both physically and psychologically. Standing there quietly, she tried to figure out this dead star's history. Perhaps there had been a civilization on this star a long time ago. Or maybe in the future, a bright civilization with interesting life would arise on this star. Maybe somewhere on the sandy landscape before her, a cottage would appear, in which a man and a woman lived. The man would cultivate crops on the fields, while the woman would weave clothes in the house as they lived harmoniously together. 3 to 5 years later, they would give birth to a son and a daughter. Then they would take good care of their children. When they became old, they would travel the world together. After their death, they would be buried together in some unknown corner. They wouldn't need much money as long as they had enough. They also wouldn't have to be powerful as long as they had each other. The more powerful a person became, the more difficult it would be to obtain the simple pleasures in life. Only those at the lowest level of the hierarchy would want to gain immense power and make a name for themselves, unaware of the sacrifices and difficulties such power would entail. "Young lady," someone suddenly called out to her. Although Lu Huaishuang's imagination was disrupted, she wasn't mad. Turning to look at the one who called her, she recognized him as one of the Lu family's guards. At that moment, he was looking dazedly at Lu Huaishuang as shock and disbelief were written all over his face. That was because he saw that Lu Huaishuang was smiling. Although the smile wasn't conspicuous, he could see that her lips had curved into a peaceful grin. Lu Huaishuang was a beautiful lady, and her smile made her look even more charming. He had joined the Lu family a few decades ago, but since Lu Huaishuang took over the family, he had never seen her smile like this. Lu Huaishuang pressed her lips into a line and asked impassively, "What's the matter?" The bodyguard hurriedly straightened his face and replied, "We found something strange." Lu Huaishuang frowned upon hearing that. "What is it?" The bodyguard scratched his head as he didn't know how to explain it. Their discovery earlier was so absurd that he couldn't find the right words to describe it. Just then, a group of people walked out of the broken part of the starship. They seemed to be carrying something as they rushed towards Lu Huaishuang. Everyone shifted their attention to them due to their strange behavior. In just a short time, these people reached Lu Huaishuang and dropped a person right in front of her. The person rolled on the ground for a bit before stopping. With a frown, Lu Huaishuang took a look and realized that the person was a young man. His clothes were torn apart, as though he had just gone through a great ordeal. His eyes were closed, and his face was pale. He remained unmoving on the ground after he was dropped. Lu Huaishuang couldn't sense his aura, and he didn't seem to be breathing, so she assumed he had passed away. It wasn't that Lu Huaishuang had never seen a corpse before. On the contrary, she had personally killed many people throughout her life. Not long after she took over the Lu family, another prestigious family on Morning Sun Star, the He family, launched an attack on them. In an instant, the two families went to war, and they lost many lives on both sides. It was thanks to Lu Huaishuang's outstanding leadership in the war that her position became firm. Now, the entire morning sun star was practically divided by the Lu family and the He family. Each of these two families had occupied half of the resources and territory on the star. However, the appearance of this young man made Lu Huaishuang frown deeply. It wasn't that she bore hatred towards him, but rather that this incident was too strange. After examining the young man's face for a long time, she looked up at an old man and asked, "Third uncle, is he from our side?" There were a few hundred cultivators aboard the starship, and although she couldn't remember all their names, Lu Huaishuang could at least recognize all of them. However, this young man looked unfamiliar to her, so she was certain that she had never seen him before. Lu Bing shook his head. "No, he's not." Lu Huaishuang narrowed her eyes. "Since he isn't from our side, why did he appear on my starship?" In an instant, she could think of many possibilities, but the most reasonable explanation was that he must be a spy sent by the Lu family's enemies. If that was the case, there might still be other troubles lurking in the dark. As though he had seen through her mind, Lu Bing uttered, "This man was found in the broken section of the starship." "Third uncle, you mean?" Lu Huaishuang looked up at him. Although she was intelligent, she couldn't grasp what he was talking about. With a complicated expression, Lu Bing went on to say, "Based on my observations, our starship was damaged because it was hit by this man." Upon hearing that, all fell silent as they were trying to understand what Lu Bing meant. Following that, a terrifying idea sprang into their minds as their gazes were transformed by disbelief. Lu Huaishuang came to her senses and stared at her third uncle in a bewildered manner. If she wasn't very familiar with her third uncle's personality and temperament, she would have thought that he was pulling her leg. With a helpless smile, Lu Bing continued, "Initially, I thought that the starship was hit by an asteroid, but after some investigation, I couldn't find any traces left behind by an asteroid impact. Instead, I found this man at the center of the damaged part of the starship's hull, right in the center of the impact." All of them gasped and looked at Lu Bing with weird expressions, while Lu Huaishuang remained silent and fell into her thoughts. Lu Bing continued, "I know this sounds inconceivable, but I can't find a better explanation. In fact, it wasn't just inconceivable. It was just too shocking. How did a human manage to crash into the starship, which formed a hole on it that caused serious damage to its hull? They also had to look for a place to land to make repairs as a result. This was one of the two best starships on Morning Sun Star, an Origin King-grade starship. It could even endure the assault of a First-Order Origin King's attacks for an extended period of time, so how could one man manage to damage it so seriously? If such a starship could be damaged so easily, it wouldn't have been able to navigate through the starry sky, as any asteroid could destroy its hull with ease. Even if a person could cause damage to the hull by crashing into it, what about the crystal cannon volley they fired? All 10 crystal cannons were fired and hit the target accurately. Who could be strong enough to endure the collective power of 10 crystal cannons? Judging from this young man's appearance, it was apparent that while quite disheveled, he was completely unhurt. Even if his skin was made of the hardest metal, he couldn't withstand such an attack. Everyone broke into a commotion. This young man, who was found in the broken part of the starship, had all their minds messed up, as all their common sense and knowledge seemed to have been turned upside down. "It's no use speculating about all this now. Our priority is to repair the starship," Lu Huaishuang ordered. Lu Bing sighed secretly as he knew that she didn't believe his speculation. Honestly speaking, he didn't believe his own speculation either, feeling that he must have missed something and drawn the wrong conclusion. So he didn't attempt to defend himself. As for this person, bury him somewhere. Lu Huaishuang looked down at the deceased young man. Regardless of his identity or the reason he appeared on her starship, he at least deserved proper last rites. Just then, beams of lights were seen coming at them from all directions as chaotic energy waves could be felt everywhere. The attacks already reached them before their opponents arrived. Chi, chi, chi. A series of sounds could be heard, and when a light flashed across their eyes, the place where these people from the Lu family were standing had turned into a sea of energy waves. "Enemy attack!" Someone shouted, but his voice stopped abruptly, as though someone was clenching on his neck. Following that, the person's aura disappeared, so it was apparent that he had passed away. In an instant, numerous people started screaming. Lu Huaishuang's expression changed drastically, as she hadn't expected that they would be assaulted in such a place. They were on a nameless dead star, and they had only decided to land here moments ago, so how did their enemies manage to ambush them here? With no time to think about it though, she touched her earlobe and broke an earring, upon which a beam of white light transformed into a gigantic dome, protecting all the cultivators from the Lu family from these attacks. Explosions could be heard as all the attacks landed on the protective shield and formed a layer of ripples. The glow of the shield increasingly dimmed, and only a few breaths later did it shatter with a loud crack. However, with the buffer time they gained, all those from the Lu family collected themselves and summoned their artifacts or used their secret techniques to counter the enemy assault. The chaotic energy fluctuations caused the surroundings to shake violently as all of a sudden, a person fell from the sky with his arms crossed. At the same time, heavy pressure descended on Lu Huaishuang. Lu Huaishuang narrowed her eyes as she unsheathed her azure longsword. In an instant, she seemed to have transformed into an entirely different person. She was an alluring lady with bountiful curves, but at the same time, she was an Origin King realm master. Without considerable power, she wouldn't have been able to command everyone in the Lu family. Moreover, she was a woman, so she needed even more power to earn everyone's respect. After she slashed across space with her azure longsword, a sword domain was formed instantly, and her sword intent caused her enemy to feel a sharp pain on their skin. The long sword in her hand then transformed into a phantom as it flourished above her head. At that instant, more than 100 streams of sword chi shot out. The horrifying pressure vanished in an instant as the enemy who was descending towards Lu Huaishuang called out in shock and hurriedly dodged to avoid the sword chi blades. After trading attacks, both Lu Huaishuang and her opponent could feel each other's immense power. Surprisingly, both sides were equally matched. The clamorous battlefield fell silent in an eerie manner after the strongest masters at the scene traded blows. The Lu family cultivators felt like they had just returned from death's door, and when they came to their senses, they realized that their backs were already drenched in a cold sweat. Lu Huaishuang took a closer look and realized that a fair-skinned chubby man was grinning at her with a playful expression. He was clad in a loose shirt that wasn't buttoned up, so his big belly was exposed for all to see. He looked like a fat and slovenly man who had just finished a feast. Paired with his long, narrow eyes, he made for a funny picture. However, no one dared to laugh at him. Instead, they were horrified. With a dark expression, Lu Bing yelled, "Ma Chao Kun!" A cold glint flashed across the fat man's eyes as he replied with a smile, "Oh? You know me?" Lu Bing gulped. The person before his eyes had a distinctive body shape and facial features, so there was no way he couldn't recognize him. He was Ma Chao Kun of the Fierce Gale Pirates. Fierce Gale Pirates wasn't Ma Chao Chun's personal force, but rather the name of a great force that was basically a plague upon everyone in the star field. Robbers lived in the mountains while pirates lived on the seas. Then there were star pirates who sailed the starry sky. What they did wasn't fundamentally different from those robbers and pirates. They robbed people of their wealth and committed all sorts of wicked deeds. There were a large number of star pirates in the star field, but only a handful of them actually had widely recognized names. The Fierce Gale Pirates was one such group though because they had Origin Kings among their leaders. The Origin King realm was the peak of the star field, so the masters in this realm were practically peerless in every cultivation star. If such a master decided to become a pirate though, it would be disastrous for all. Historically, many of the top forces in the star field had joined forces numerous times to stamp out all star pirates. However, like weeds, they could be cut down, but eventually, they would spring up again. Even if 1 to 2 groups of star pirates were destroyed, more would emerge in the future to take their place soon enough. The Fierce Gale Pirates were particularly sly and cunning as they would never provoke those they couldn't afford to offend. Those targeted by them were forces that were rich but relatively powerless. Moreover, they had no morality at all as they would frequently kill all of their targets and rob all their belongings. It was said that wherever the Fierce Gale Pirates passed through, even grass wouldn't be able to grow. Therefore, the Fierce Gale Pirates could be said to be the most infamous star pirates in unending Starfield. The star pirates from the fierce Gale pirates had surrounded all those from the Lu family at this moment and were sporting evil grins on their faces. Their gazes were especially lewd as they stared fixedly at Lu Huaishuang's luscious body, as though they were savoring a delicious dish. The grin on Ma Chao Kun's face widened as his belly shook and rippled. "You must be young Lady Lu. You're indeed a beautiful lady with a powerful cultivation. You're so much better than what the rumors mentioned. I've been longing to meet you." With a long face, Lu Huaishuang swept a glance over all those from the Lu family. What happened on this day was unexpected, but she could feel that something nefarious was going on. Those from the fierce Gale pirates seemed to have figured out that they would come here, which was why these pirates had appeared at this moment to rob them. As the leader of the Lu family, she had her own suspicions about how this was possible, and with her sharp vision as an Origin King realm master she soon found a clue. One of the clansmen from the Lu family, who she recalled belonged to her first uncle's family, didn't dare to meet her eyes at this moment. In that instant, Lu Huaishuang felt her heart aching as she became extremely disappointed. She didn't understand why someone she considered to be family would betray her.